But when this junior was out purchasing items, I unintentionally encountered a senior with unfathomable cultivation. He insisted I deliver something to Ancestor Nangong and placed a restriction on me, claiming only Ancestor Nangong could lift it. Han Li instantly put on a worried expression as he spoke. A senior, a core formation cultivator. The pale-faced cultivator was stunned and asked with some suspicion. This, the junior doesn't know. However, he claimed to be an old acquaintance of Ancestor Nangong. Hearing that Ancestor's joyous day was approaching, he sent a congratulatory gift and a few words for me to personally relay to Ancestor. Han Li responded with a distressed face, as if forced by circumstances. An old acquaintance of Ancestor. Could it be another nascent soul senior? This time, the rough-looking cultivator also showed some surprise. That could be possible, but if this senior was already here, why didn't he deliver the gift himself? The pale-faced cultivator, after recovering from his shock, seemed puzzled. Who knows, maybe the senior had other urgent matters or inconveniences. Yuan Shizhai, let me see your hand. I want to check the restriction in your body first. The rough-looking cultivator guessed a couple of things before impolitely demanding Han Li to extend his hand. Han Li had anticipated this and calmly extended his arm. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power, simulating a peculiar restriction within his body. The rough-looking cultivator grasped Han Li's wrist and sensed for a moment, his face showing astonishment. The pale-faced cultivator, curious, also placed 2 fingers on Han Li's arm, and soon his expression changed as well. Indeed, there is a powerful restriction within you. Judging by its complexity, it was likely set by a nascent soul cultivator. However, this alone is not enough for us to let you ascend the mountain easily. First, show us the senior's gift. One of us will deliver it to verify if the ancestor recognizes it and is willing to see you. Yuan Shizhai, do you understand? The pale-faced cultivator's expression turned serious, but his tone softened. Han Li looked distressed, but nodded after some thought. All right, but make sure to explain to the ancestor about the restriction placed on me. Han Li took out a long wooden box from his storage pouch and handed it over, adding a concerned remark. The wooden box was sealed with a pale silver restriction talisman, indicating it was quite significant. Evidently, this was to prevent the messenger from peeking along the way. Understood. Just wait here. Brother Ma, I'll be back shortly. The pale-faced cultivator impatiently instructed Han Li before advising his companion and flying towards the mountain with the box. Han Li could only stand and wait. Although he was confident that Nangong Wan would see him upon recognizing the item in the box, he still felt some anxiety. He casually answered the Foundation establishment cultivators' questions while they waited. When asked about the appearance of the senior who sent the gift, Han Li claimed the person was cloaked, making it impossible to discern even their gender. After what felt like a meal's worth of time, the pale-faced cultivator finally returned empty-handed. Ancestor Nangong confirmed that the person is indeed an old friend. You may come with me to see the ancestor and have the restriction lifted, the pale-faced cultivator efficiently conveyed, signaling Han Li to follow him up the mountain. Han Li was delighted, but outwardly showed excitement as he followed closely. Be careful not to stray from the path. The restrictions here are much stronger than those in the middle layers. Even I wouldn't survive getting trapped, the pale-faced cultivator warned as he led the way. Han Li responded affirmatively. At that moment, a blue light approached them. The pale-faced cultivator, recognizing the newcomer, respectfully halted his flight. A moment later, the blue light revealed a sinister-looking, middle-aged man in ornate robes. Sun Shizai, why are you bringing a qi condensation disciple up the mountain? Don't you know the rules? The middle-aged man asked coldly after scanning Han Li. Senior brother Lan, I was ordered by ancestor Nangong to bring this disciple up. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare, the pale-faced cultivator explained quickly, showing great respect. Meanwhile, Han Li used his divine sense to scan the man. He was only at the early core formation stage, not a significant threat. Despite his thoughts, Han Li remained respectful and silent. Ancestor Nangong wants to see this person. Explain the situation to me, the middle-aged man, surprised, demanded. The pale-faced cultivator repeated Han Li's story without omission. An old friend of ancestor Nangong, and a restriction on him. The man frowned and stared sharply at Han Li. Let me examine your restriction, the man ordered. Han Li internally cursed the man for meddling, but complied. Interesting, the restriction is complex but not harmful. It seems the person indeed had no ill intentions. Proceed to see ancestor Nangong, the middle-aged man said after a moment. He then flew away, his blue light eventually fading and disappearing without a trace. Senior brother Lan's invisible flight technique is truly exceptional. Even late core formation cultivators would struggle against him. The pale-faced cultivator murmured in admiration. Han Li was intrigued by this invisible flight technique. Could this person be related to the Qiang Layagua who appeared before the blood trial? A disciple or descendant, perhaps. Han Li set aside these thoughts as they continued their ascent. They encountered no one else until they reached a cave mansion near the summit. This is ancestor Nangong's retreat. Be careful with your words. You might receive more than just having the restriction lifted, the pale-faced cultivator advised with a hint of envy. He then respectfully called out at the entrance. Ancestor, I have brought the disciple. I understand. Let him in, and you may leave. A familiar yet somewhat strange female voice responded, and the stone door opened with a flash of yellow light. Han Li hesitated briefly before stepping inside. To his surprise, a young, pretty female cultivator in a short yellow robe stood inside. She seemed about 16 or 17 years old, but had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Follow me. The ancestor is waiting in the hall, she said coolly after a quick glance at Han Li, then turned and led the way. Han Li took a deep breath and followed silently. The cave mansion wasn't large. After a short walk and passing through several small rooms, they reached the hall. The hall was elegantly decorated, with an unknown incense burning, and ancient flower stands with rare plants at the entrance. In the center was a small square table with 2 green wicker chairs on either side. A black-haired girl in white sat in one of the chairs, examining a shiny silver sword. On the table was an open wooden box, now empty. As soon as the woman in white saw Han Li enter, she put the silver sword she had been caressing back into its wooden box, then lifted her head gently, gazing quietly at Han Li. A face that had haunted Han Li's dreams countless times appeared before him. A slightly pointed chin, delicate nose, clear and captivating eyes, all of which were so familiar and moving to Han Li. An indescribable feeling of warmth surged in his heart. It felt as if they had already spent hundreds or thousands of years together. All thoughts of mindset or mantras were completely forgotten at this moment. Han Li allowed this unprecedented passion to fill his chest instantly. Nangong Wan was initially startled by Han Li's blatant stare. Then, a thoughtful look flashed through her beautiful eyes, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. You may leave. I need to talk to this man alone, Nangong Wan said calmly, slightly raising her chin towards the yellow-robed female cultivator who had brought Han Li in. Yes, Master Ancestor. The yellow-robed girl was initially stunned, but quickly lowered her head and responded. She quietly exited the hall and disappeared. Han Li waited until she had completely left and then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. There seemed to be no other cultivators nearby. Only then did he focus on Nangong Wan again. Without saying a word, he formed a hand seal, and a series of crackling sounds erupted from within his body. His stature suddenly grew by several inches, and a green light flickered on his face. Han Li revealed his true form. It really is you, Han Li. A complex expression flashed across Nangong Wan's jade-like face, but she did not seem overly surprised. She merely sighed softly. You knew I would come. Han Li, unsure of how to address her, spoke clumsily, feeling a bit foolish. As soon as he said it, Han Li regretted it, scratching his head in embarrassment. You just call me Wanner, Nangong Wan said with a gentle smile, her beautiful face lighting up. Wanner, Han Li called out softly, overjoyed. His initial nervousness finally subsided. It was clear that she still had feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown such an expression. For a moment, Han Li was captivated by her stunning beauty. What's so fascinating? Am I more attractive than your new concubine? Nangong Wan blushed and turned her head slightly, speaking faintly. Concubine, you know about that too. Surprised, Han Li asked, sobering up from her seemingly displeased tone. Humph, how could I not know about the new elder of the Loyan sect who advanced to nascent soul stage in just over 200 years? Nangong Wan lowered her head slightly, looking at the smooth blue stone floor, and snorted softly with a hint of pettiness. You mean the Tang cultivator I met a while ago? Han Li pondered for a moment and then understood. You're not entirely clueless. Yes, it was Tang Shizhai who used a special channel to send me a transmission talisman. When I received it, I couldn't believe it. You, who had disappeared for so many years, had also become a nascent soul cultivator. I immediately asked for recent information about the Loyun sect. I used to pay little attention to such matters, so I found out a bit late, but I eventually learned about your general situation. I know you showed up suddenly, became an elder of the Loyun sect, and then left during a trade fair. I also know your concubine is still in Tian City and hasn't left yet. Nangong Wan brushed her hair aside, glancing at Han Li with a slightly mocking yet enchanting look. I had told her to return to the sect with another elder. It seems something must have delayed her, but this concubine is. Han Li touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, wanting to explain. All right, there's no need to explain. I don't have any complaints about you taking a concubine. After all, I'm also getting married. Nangong Wan interrupted Han Li, her expression suddenly becoming sad and soft. What's going on? Are you really planning to marry that person? Han Li's face changed slightly, and he asked slowly, his voice deepening. Before answering that, I want to ask you something. Are you here to stop me from marrying him, or did you just want to see me one last time? Nangong Wan bit her lip lightly, her starry eyes flickering. Of course, I'm here to take you with me. I want you to be my wife. No matter who wants to come between us, they'll have to answer to me first. Han Li replied without hesitation, his words filled with determination. You think highly of yourself. When did I agree to marry you? Nangong Wan blushed and spat shyly, her demeanor incredibly alluring. Han Li chuckled, but said nothing more. Even though he was inexperienced in matters of love, he knew it was best to say less at this moment. After a while, Nangong Wan's blush faded, and her expression turned serious. Do you know, back in the forbidden trial, after losing my virginity to you, my first thought was to kill you, chop you into pieces, and scatter your ashes with the vermilion bird ring to avenge my lost purity. After all, I had preserved my body for over 100 years, and it was ruined by you. How could I not hate you to the extreme? So I almost died back then. Han Li rubbed his nose, showing a somewhat bitter smile. Indeed, if I hadn't suddenly softened my heart and spared you, do you think you could have taken advantage of a core formation cultivator so easily? Nangong Wan said, her tone sharp despite the remaining blush on her face. Han Li grinned but said nothing. Nangong Wan, her heart easing a bit, continued, after we parted and I returned to the sect. No matter how hard I tried to cultivate, I couldn't get rid of your shadow. The more I tried, the clearer and more frequent it became. That's when I realized you had become a heart demon. If I didn't find a way to get rid of it, my cultivation would never improve. There were only two ways to eliminate this heart demon. One was to marry you, and once we were united as husband and wife, the heart demon would naturally disappear. The other was for you to vanish from this world. If you no longer existed, the heart demon would gradually fade. Marrying you was impossible at that time due to our vast difference in cultivation and status. So, after much torment, I decided to eliminate you. But before I could act, the 6 demons sect attacked. When I met you at the 7 sects camp, you had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, which shook my resolve. After all, if you could continue to progress, it wasn't impossible for us to be together. So you had murderous intent toward me again back then. When I saw you in disguise, I was excited, but your coldness poured cold water on me, leaving me dejected for days. Hanley said, a look of realization mixed with a wry smile on his face. Nangong Wan smiled and continued. Later, due to the betrayal of the Ling Beast Mountain, the 7 sects were defeated. Each sect prepared to evacuate their core disciples. As one of the youngest core formation cultivators, I was also among those slated to leave first. However, a friend from Huangfeng Valley hinted at the plans of Linghu Ancestor, and I learned you might be in danger. There's not much more to say after that. I returned to the Moon Shield sect, and once our sect had established itself in the northern Liang Kingdom, I secretly went back to Yue Kingdom to look for you. However, the news I received was disheartening. I only learned that you had been pursued again by the Ghost Spirit sect, but the specifics were unclear. Shortly afterward, I was discovered by demonic cultivators and had to return to the 9 Nations Alliance. Since then, I hadn't heard any news of you, and I assumed you had likely perished. My heart demon regarding you gradually dissipated. Later, I was fortunate enough to successfully form my nascent soul, and I became an elder of the Moon Shield sect. Up until now, Nangong Wan said calmly. As Hanli listened to Nangong Wan's gentle recounting, his expression changed several times. He had no idea she had done so much for him back then. Looking at Nangong Wan, his gaze softened with a trace of tenderness. And what about Wei Lichen? After a while, Han Li couldn't help but ask. Wei Lichen. I encountered him by chance a few years ago during an excursion. He was an elder of the Hua Yi sect. I don't like him at all. He is practically a quintessential hypocrite, appearing refined on the surface but secretly indulging in all sorts of vices. I heard he has 7 or 8 so-called female disciples. It is also rumored that he secretly practiced a technique to drain yin to supplement yang. His proposal to me was undoubtedly with ill intentions. So, I rejected his marriage proposal outright the first time he asked. Nangong Wan said with a cold smile. You rejected him. Then why has it come to this now? Hanli asked, puzzled. Nangong Wan did not answer directly, but instead asked, do you know about the 3 great nascent soul cultivators of Tian Nan? Of course. The righteous and demonic factions each have a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, just a step away from reaching the deity transformation stage. Without these, the major powers couldn't maintain balance to this day. As for our 9 Nations Alliance, there is a mid-nascent soul couple skilled in joint techniques. Together, they can barely resist a late nascent soul cultivator. So how does Wei Lichen relate to one of them? Hanli asked, his face darkening, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Indeed, Wei Lichen's granduncle is one of those 3 great cultivators, Wei Wai. He is a grand elder of the 9 Nations Alliance, practicing a rare poison cultivation technique, capable of taking lives invisibly with a mere gesture. His abilities far exceed those of ordinary cultivators, Nangong Wan said quietly, her fingers intertwining, a bitter smile on her face. Did Wei Wai personally trouble you? Han Li asked, a cold glint in his eyes. Not exactly, but Wei Wai did intervene. Do you know that the current Grand Elder of the Moon Shield sect is not the same as before? She was replaced by a senior sister from back in the day. Although her cultivation is not low, she is highly ambitious and has often clashed with me. Despite another elder's mediation, our relationship has been extremely poor, Nangong Wan said angrily. Han Li's expression darkened, sensing that Nangong Wan was getting to the crucial point. Sure enough, Nangong Wan bit her lip and continued. After I repeatedly rejected Wei Liken's proposals, he somehow managed to persuade Wei Wai to speak to my senior sister. I don't know what they discussed, but half a year later, during my Su New reincarnation technique cycle, she suddenly restrained me and forced me to marry Wei Liken. Is your senior sister out of her mind? Using such methods against a fellow nascent soul cultivator? Han Li was stunned, finding it hard to believe. You're right. I didn't expect her to go to such lengths. But the conditions offered by Wei Wai were indeed difficult to refuse. Later, I learned that if the Moon Shield sect agreed to this marriage, they would be allowed to develop outside northern Liang Kingdom, and Wei Liken even promised to leave the Hua Yi sect and join the Moon Shield sect after marrying me. With such a mutually beneficial deal, no wonder she resorted to any means necessary. She didn't care whether I agreed or not, and spread the word that I consented to dual cultivate with Wei Liken. Nangong Wan's playful expression and words brought a faint smile to Han Li's lips. Despite the dire situation, her optimism and determination were infectious. After a brief silence, Han Li spoke decisively. No matter what, I will not allow you to be forced into a situation you don't want. Whether we escape or I confront your senior sister, I will ensure your freedom. Nangong Wan's eyes softened. She moved closer to Han Li and said softly. Han Li nodded, but a resolute glint remained in his eyes. We will leave this place together, but if an opportunity arises to confront her safely, I will take it. For now, let's plan our next steps carefully. They spent the next few hours discussing potential escape routes and strategies. Nangong Wan shared details about the cave's layout, the guard schedules, and the enchantments placed around her quarters. Han Li, with his extensive experience and quick thinking, identified several possible escape plans, balancing between stealth and confrontation. As they finalized their plans, Han Li asked, "Do you have any way to communicate with allies outside the sect who might assist us?" Nangong Wan shook her head. Most of my trusted allies are unaware of my current predicament. The few who know are either too far away or unable to defy the sect's higher-ups without serious repercussions. Han Li frowned, thinking deeply. Then we must rely on our own strengths. I have a few allies in the vicinity who owe me favors. I might be able to summon them for a distraction if needed. With their plan in place, Han Li and Nangong Wan decided to wait for the most opportune moment to execute their escape. They agreed to strike just before the arranged marriage ceremony, when security might be lax due to preparations for the event. Over the next few days, Han Li discreetly contacted his allies, gathering information and resources while maintaining the appearance of compliance with the sect's orders. Meanwhile, Nangong Wan used her knowledge of the sect's routines to ensure they stayed one step ahead of any suspicions. On the eve of the ceremony, Han Li and Nangong Wan put their plan into action. Under the cover of night, they used a combination of stealth techniques and magical barriers to evade detection. They navigated through the labyrinthine passages of the cave, avoiding patrols and bypassing enchantments with precision. Just as they reached the outer perimeter of the cave complex, they encountered an unexpected obstacle: Nangong Wan's senior sister, accompanied by several powerful sect members, blocking their path. "So you've decided to defy the sect and run away, Nangong Wan." Her senior sister sneered, her eyes cold and calculating. "You must have known this would be futile." Han Li stepped forward, his expression unwavering. "We will not be stopped. Step aside or face the consequences." Her senior sister laughed mockingly. Bold words from a mere nascent soul cultivator. "Do you really think you can challenge me and survive?" Han Li's eyes narrowed, his aura intensifying. "I may be a mere nascent soul cultivator, but I am not without means. You will find that I am not so easily defeated." With that, the battle commenced. Han Li unleashed a barrage of powerful spells, his movements swift and calculated. Nangong Wan, despite the restrictions placed on her, fought valiantly alongside him, her determination fueling her every strike. The clash of magical energies illuminated the dark cave, creating a spectacle of power and will. Han Li and Nangong Wan fought with a synchronized precision that belied their relatively short time of reunion, their bond and shared purpose strengthening their resolve. Despite the overwhelming odds, they managed to break through the encirclement, leaving their pursuers behind as they fled into the night. The senior sisters' furious shouts echoed in the cave, but they grew faint as Han Li and Nangong Wan pushed forward, their hearts set on freedom and a future unshackled by the past. Together, they vanished into the darkness, their spirits unyielding and their journey just beginning. "It doesn't matter. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can leave later. With me protecting you, even if we're restricted, I can still take you out safely," Han Li said with a confident smile. "Well, all right. Although I don't know how powerful your abilities are, your confidence suggests you have some means. However, there's no need to go directly to her. My senior sister lives in the heavily restricted Sunset Hall. I'll lure her here, and then we can take her by surprise with the aid of the restrictions," Nangong Wan said after gazing into Han Li's eyes for a while, knowing she couldn't dissuade him. She bit her lip lightly as she spoke. "This method is indeed more reliable. But can the restrictions in your cave still be used? I noticed some of them seem partially damaged," Han Li said after a brief pause, smiling. "Don't worry, Although some of the surface-level restrictions have been destroyed by my senior sister, I have a very powerful hidden restriction that she hasn't discovered yet. It can still be used, Nangong Wan said with a confident smile. Good, in that case, let's proceed as planned. I have several sets of array tools with me. They might not be very powerful, but once set up, they can provide some level of control, Han Li said while stroking his chin. Array flags too, that's even better. Let's not delay. Give me half a day to break the remaining restrictions on me and restore my magical power so I can assist you. You can set up the array in the meantime, Nangong Wan said, feeling more confident after hearing Han Li's words. But if we manage to subdue your senior sister, can't we take control of the moon concealing sect? That way, we won't have to flee so disgracefully, Han Li asked thoughtfully. I'm afraid not. Besides my senior sister, we have another senior brother who is also a nascent soul stage cultivator. Although he's a decent person, he wouldn't allow me to take the position of Grand Elder without proper justification. And I have no interest in fighting for power. As long as I have a quiet place to cultivate peacefully, I'll be content, Nangong Wan said after a brief hesitation, shaking her head. If that's the case, we'll leave it at that. If everything goes smoothly, you can return to Falling Cloud Sect with me. Even if the Nine Nations Alliance is powerful and Wei Yuan favors Wei Lycan, he wouldn't dare to offend the Heavenly Tao Alliance and two nascent soul cultivators in these troubled times, Han Li said with a cold smile. Then he patted his storage bag, and with a flip of his hand, a stack of array flags and discs appeared. Seeing this, Nangong Wan smiled slightly and sat back down in her chair, closing her eyes and forming strange hand seals. Moments later, a red glow emanated from her white robe, forming a several-foot-tall flame that enveloped her. Han Li didn't remain idle either. With a flicker, he moved around the hall, casting the array flags and discs in various directions. With a flash of multicolored light, they disappeared into the walls and floor. Setting up the array was quick, but to maximize its power, Han Li limited its effect to the hall and used highly concealed formations that were hard to detect without careful spiritual sense examination. These array tools were ones Han Li had refined during his core formation stage. They might be insufficient against core formation cultivators, let alone nascent soul ones. Han Li didn't rely on them too much and after finishing, pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve, and a white light shot out, transforming into a white fox, Silvermoon. Master, aren't you afraid Mistress Nangong will get jealous if you summon me? Silvermoon asked, smiling mischievously. HMPH, you're just a tool spirit. There's no reason for jealousy. This time, we need to deal with a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator and can't let her escape. Even with the restrictions, I need your assistance. Mid-nascent soul cultivators are much tougher than early ones. We can't afford to hold back, Han Li said, his expression serious. How should I assist you? Silvermoon asked, her smile fading. It's simple. Use this treasure at the right moment to ensure she can't break free, Han Li said, taking an item from his storage bag and handing it to Silvermoon. "This, for me to use?" Silvermoon asked, incredulous as she held the item with her paws. "Yes, you can wield it more effectively than I can. Using my magic power to activate it isn't as efficient as you using it. But it's just a temporary loan. As a tool spirit, you can't use other treasures for long," Han Li said calmly. "Silvermoon understands," the white fox said, her ears drooping slightly but fondly caressing the item. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with a thought. Afterward, Silvermoon, holding the item, surrounded herself with silver light and vanished into the ground. Han Li then walked around the hall a few more times. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he looked up. After some consideration, he flicked his hand, releasing a spirit beast bag. A swarm of three-colored, devouring gold bugs poured out, forming a cloud in the air. Han Li took a deep breath and spat out a blue mist, which enveloped the bug cloud. He then performed hand seals and chanted. With a buzz, the cloud transformed into a myriad of tiny lights that shot into the ceiling and disappeared without a trace. Satisfied that there were no visible flaws, Han Li nodded. Having finished his preparations, he glanced at Nangong Wan, who was sitting with her eyes closed, performing her spell. At this moment, her body was engulfed in shifting flames, forming a large red disk that flickered mysteriously. The spiritual energy in the hall began to fluctuate with the flames, growing increasingly agitated. Han Li frowned and, after a moment's thought, cast a spell on a stone pillar nearby. A blue light shield instantly appeared, enveloping Nangong Wan and stabilizing the spiritual energy in the hall. Seeing this, Han Li smiled. He summoned a rattan chair and sat down casually across from Nangong Wan, silently watching her. With such a rare opportunity, he wanted to gaze at her lovely face and alleviate his years of longing. Not long after, as Han Li was lost in thought, his expression suddenly turned grim. Without warning, his figure blurred and disappeared from the chair. A person lurking outside the hall, spying on the scene, was startled and tried to flee. But it was too late. Han Li's calm voice came from behind her. "Why are you spying here? Aren't you afraid your master will punish you?" "I wasn't spying, just worried because you and master have been inside for so long," the person stammered without turning around. The clear, youthful voice belonged to the yellow-robed girl who had led Han Li in. Feeling the immense spiritual pressure behind her, she explained nervously. "Oh, really? Then why were you hiding and acting suspiciously? And where did you get this rare high-level concealment talisman as a mere foundation establishment cultivator?" Han Li asked coldly, hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the girl's slender back. "Light. No more explanations. Come with me. We'll decide what to do with you after your master finishes," Han Li said coldly. Terrified, the girl crushed another talisman in her hand, and a yellow light flashed as she turned into a streak of light, trying to escape. Han Li watched without moving. The yellow light flew a few dozen feet before a wall nearby sprayed a pink mist, enveloping the light. The girl's light dissipated, and she collapsed in the mist. Silvermoon emerged gracefully from the wall, wagging her tail and walking over to the girl with a playful smile. Sunset Hall was a place where only the elders of the moon-concealing sect could reside. It was constructed in a place abundant with spiritual energy and heavily fortified with restrictions. Apart from a few elders, no one could approach the hall without the Grand Elder's permission. At this moment, a foot-long red light shot over from a distance and circled the hall's restrictions a few times before slipping inside without any hindrance. The red light passed through several layers of nearly invisible barriers and then made a few turns before flying into a side hall. Inside was a beautiful woman, sitting cross-legged on a mat, her skin pale and cold, exuding a faint icy aura. She appeared to be in her early 20s. The red light swiftly flew to her front, and the woman opened her eyes slowly, frowning as she beckoned to the light. The red light transformed into a fist-sized fireball, landing in her hand. She stared at the flame expressionlessly and with a flip of her hand, extinguished it. What is this girl up to, wanting to see me of her own accord? But since she's softened her tone, it's worth checking out, the woman muttered to herself. This woman was clearly a decisive person. She immediately transformed into a white rainbow and flew out, heading straight in a specific direction. Shortly after, she arrived in front of Nangong Wan's cave. She withdrew her light, scrutinized the surroundings to see everything was normal, and confirmed that the array outside the cave was still partially damaged. Satisfied, she raised her hand and cast a white spell on the stone door, which opened automatically. Without hesitation, the cold woman walked in. "Greetings, ancestor." A young girl in a yellow robe, waiting behind the door, immediately bowed deeply upon seeing her. The girl was the same one who had led Han Li inside earlier. "Your cultivation seems to have improved since our last meeting. I see you've used the pills I gave you," the cold woman remarked indifferently, casting a casual glance at the yellow-robed girl before proceeding into the cave. "Good to know. Has Nangong behaved in the cave without any strange actions?" the woman inquired. "None, ancestor. She only met with a disciple today, but nothing else," the girl replied meticulously. "I heard from your Uncle Lan's transmission. That disciple seemed to deliver a gift and then left," the woman asked. "Yes, he was just a low-level steward from the sect and left a little while ago. But Nangong seemed somewhat unhappy after receiving the gift," the girl answered. "What gift made her unhappy?" the woman asked, surprised. "Just a silver sword artifact. But Nangong seemed disturbed after seeing it," the girl explained, bowing her head further. "She might have known some rogue cultivators during her travels." "That's normal," the woman said, slightly puzzled but dismissive. After receiving the sword, Nangong thought for a while before sending a message to meet you, the girl added. "That's surprising that something could change Nangong's mind," the woman mused. "Continue monitoring her actions. With the high-level talisman I gave you, Nangong shouldn't notice your surveillance. Do this well, and you'll be rewarded, the woman instructed nonchalantly. They were now close to the main hall. Yes, ancestor. Nangong is waiting for you inside, the girl replied in a low voice, leading the woman to the hall entrance. The cold woman, out of caution, intended to scan the surroundings before entering. However, as soon as she appeared outside the hall, Nangong Wan's voice came from inside. Senior sister, come in. I've thought over your proposal and can reluctantly agree, but I have one condition you must promise to fulfill. Nangong Wan's voice was calm and indifferent. Hearing this, the woman's face lit up with joy. Without further thought, she strode forward, saying, Nangong, you've finally come around. That's wonderful. Whatever your condition, I'll agree if it means you'll marry Elder Wei of the Hudi sect. With Wei Yuan's help, our moon-concealing sect will flourish. As she entered, she saw Nangong Wan sitting in a rattan chair, examining a crude silver sword. Nangong Wan's eyes were fixed on the sword, as if she hadn't spoken at all. Seeing this, the woman hesitated but still walked into the hall, slowing her pace slightly. She was about to speak when her expression changed, and she quickly reached back, her fingers emitting sharp sword energy. However, the yellow-robed girl standing there smiled eerily, then ducked down and vanished into the ground, leaving only her torn yellow robe behind. Seeing this unusual earth escape technique, the cold woman instantly tried to retreat. But before she could move, a massive green sword flew in from the door, aiming to split her in half. The woman's face changed, and she shot out 10 cold beams from her fingers, intercepting the sword. With a loud crash, the green light and white beams clashed, and both the sword and the woman were thrown back. The woman managed to stop after retreating a few feet, while the green sword dispersed into dozens of flying swords, forming a formation around a young man who appeared in the center. The young man smiled calmly, not in a hurry, as he watched the woman. What is this? Nangong, who are these people? The woman demanded coldly, recognizing Han Li's cultivation level. Reaching to her waist, she pulled out a red token. A restriction token. Han Li's eyes narrowed, staring at the token. HMPH? So Nangong told you everything. I don't know who you are, but this is an internal matter of the moon-concealing sect. It would be wise for you to step back. Otherwise, you'll face the wrath of 6 sects, the woman threatened. No need for threats, senior sister. I have friends in the 6 sects who wouldn't support you if they knew how you treated fellow disciples. And even if you try to activate the restriction on me, do you think I'll give you the chance? Nangong Wan replied coolly, standing gracefully. She then spat out a red ring, her natal treasure, the vermilion bird ring. Hearing this, the woman's expression turned grim. Seeing Han Li showed no intention of retreating, she sneered and flicked her sleeve, releasing 2 flying swords, one black and one white, which grew into giant swords exuding icy and fiery auras. She then began chanting softly, the red token glowing eerily. But Han Li, who had been watching her closely, didn't let her finish. He immediately tossed a small silver bell into the air, which hovered above his head, emitting a buzzing sound that directed waves of silver light towards her. Around the hall, wisps of red and blue light emanated, rolling towards the cold woman at the center. The sonic waves from the silver bell attack swiftly reached the woman. Facing the attack, the woman remained calm. She pointed to the two flying swords in front of her, and black and white lights flickered as the swords spun gently in the air. Suddenly, a cold and hot wave erupted, forming a strange double-layered light shield of black and white. White on the outside, black on the inside, resonating with flames and cold. When the silver waves hit the shield, it was as if they disappeared without a trace, having no effect. But then, the red and blue prohibition lights from all directions overwhelmed the woman along with her shield. At this moment, Nangong Wan also took action. The vermilion bird ring in front of her flashed, and with a swish, it transformed into a huge fireball, shooting towards the center. At the same time, her drooping hand moved involuntarily. A flash of red light disappeared from her hand in an instant. If it weren't for Han Li's powerful spiritual sense, he wouldn't have noticed Nangong Wan's hidden attack. A woman's muffled grunt almost coincided with the flash of light from her attack. "Su Zai's thorn, how dare you use this to injure me? Junior sister has good skills. I always thought you had used up this item long ago, but I didn't expect you to still have one," the cold woman said angrily, as if she had suffered a major loss unknowingly. But despite her slightly painful tone, her vitality was abundant. Han Li knew that the opponent had only suffered minor injuries. Most likely, Nangong Wan used this method to interrupt her activation of the token. So after the prohibition in the hall was activated, Han Li flipped his palm again, and the black 1,000 peaks appeared in his hand. Then, with a wave into the air, several spells quickly struck the mountain. At this moment, the cold woman covered by the light seemed temporarily trapped, and she was hit head-on by the fireball formed by the vermilion bird ring. Instantly, her body was entangled by 7 or 8 fierce fire snakes, and the hall was filled with a raging sea of fire. Seeing the mountain rise 5 or 6 zhang high, Han Li was about to activate this treasure, but there was a light noise in the distance. A 5-colored light pillar burst out from the sea of fire, sweeping away all the red and blue light and the raging flames in the hall. It was as if it broke through bamboo. A clear sound rang out in the air, and the originally agile light pillar suddenly stopped moving. A crystal-clear red ring was spinning incessantly in the light pillar, trapped in the light pillar and unable to escape. The condensed light mirror. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and his expression became solemn as he muttered to himself. Before the arrival of this woman, Nangong Wan naturally mentioned most of her senior sister's techniques and treasures, so that Han Li could have a little more confidence when facing the enemy. And this condensed light mirror was the most mentioned treasure by Nangong Wan. It was also one of her senior sister's famous treasures, with tremendous supernatural powers. Speaking of which, The azure condensation mirror that Han Li obtained during the blood trial was a simplified imitation of this treasure. Its power was less than 1% of the condensed light mirror. However, even so, the azure condensation mirror was famous among low-level cultivators and was more than enough to rank among the top-tier magic treasures. This shows the tremendous power of the condensed light mirror. Now, the red and blue prohibition lights and flames were all swept away by the light pillar, and the figure of the cold woman reappeared. She was inside the black and white shield, chanting incantations with one hand and holding the mirror with the other. When Han Li's gaze shifted, it landed on the mirror, which was quite famous even among Yuanying stage cultivators. The mirror was not large, similar to the azure condensation mirror, but it was glossy black all over, with a deep and sinister feeling to it. However, a faint five-colored light emanated from it, creating a strong contrast that felt somewhat strange. And the token she held in her hand had disappeared, replaced by her blood-stained jade hand, as if she had been injured through the shield, which was quite incredible. It seemed that it was the so-called Suzai's thorn technique. Now that the opponent's primary magic treasure was trapped by the condensed light mirror, Han Li naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Without a word, he pointed his finger at the black mountain, and the treasure disappeared from its original place, only to appear above the cold woman's head in the next moment, pressing down aggressively. The beautiful woman below sneered. Holding the condensed light mirror, she tilted it slightly upwards, while her other hand casually cast a spell on its surface. The light pillar in the room trembled slightly, and another, slightly thinner light pillar suddenly shot out, rushing towards the black mountain pressing down from above, trying to suppress it in the same way. With precautions in place, Han Li wouldn't let her succeed so easily. Without thinking, he made a few hand seals, and the black mountain paused in its descent. Then, it suddenly spun and spewed out a large amount of black light mist from its base, colliding with the oncoming light pillar. At first, the black light engulfed the relatively thin light pillar, and even enveloped the cold woman below in its wake. The black and white shield on the woman trembled in the black light mist, causing her spiritual energy to become chaotic, almost causing the light pillar from the mirror to scatter. The woman's figure dimmed in the black light. Her expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, she spat out a breath of spiritual energy onto the mirror, causing the light pillar from the black mountain to thicken by 3 points, immediately turning into a cluster of 5-colored light mist, gently supporting the black mist and the small mountain, preventing them from falling. The friction between the two caused a muffled explosion, and they temporarily froze in place. Seeing this, Nangong Wan's spirits lifted, and she suddenly activated the vermilion bird ring that had been trapped. In the sound of the phoenix's cry, the treasure swelled and shrank uncontrollably, desperately trying to break free from the restraint. For a moment, a situation where the two of them joined forces to resist Nangong Wan's senior sister finally emerged. The three of them naturally had more tricks up their sleeves, so seeing this situation, almost simultaneously, they took action again. Han Li suddenly pulled at his waist with one hand, summoning a spirit beast bag. With a buzzing sound, countless golden insects swarmed out, forming a terrifying golden cloud of insects. Nangong Wan uttered a spell-like chant, and a huge crimson halo suddenly appeared several feet above her head, constantly shining brightly. The cycle of divine light. Junior sister, are you really willing to go all out? How dare you use this supernatural power? The cold woman waved the mirror in her hand towards her head, conjuring a triangular green pennant with a twist of her hands. However, upon seeing the radiant halo above Nangong Wan's head, her expression turned grim. Although she felt somewhat surprised by the golden insect cloud unleashed by Han Li, she didn't seem too concerned. Apparently, she didn't recognize these almost mature, devouring golden insects. Sister, your arrogance is admirable. Although the cycle of divine light is formidable, do you think it can deal with me? The cold woman snorted, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth and spewed out a blood-red tiny sword. The sword was only a few inches long, but it exuded dazzling blood-red light. Within the sword's body, a faint black aura circulated, adding to its eerie nature. As soon as the small sword appeared, it began to tremble and buzz on its own, filling the hall with a bloody aura. The blood demon sword. When did you obtain this demonic weapon? Sister, aren't you afraid of the backlash of demonic energy when using this? Nangong Wan's smile disappeared upon seeing the blood-colored sword, her gaze cold as she stared at the woman. Backlash? Sister, rest assured. Since I've used this treasure, it won't take long to defeat you. There's no chance for demonic energy to backlash. But let me ask you one last time, are you really unwilling to marry Wei Lichen for the prosperity of our sect? If you still refuse, when the blood demon sword goes berserk later, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to control its power. If you get hurt, don't blame me for not warning you. The cold woman spoke without reservation, seemingly confident in the blood demon sword. You don't need to ask any more. Even if Wanner is willing to sacrifice for the sake of concealed moon sect, I will never agree. You can forget about it. Hanley glanced at the blood demon sword indifferently, speaking as if he didn't care about the sword at all. I don't care who I am, the key is why insist on this. Hand over the restraining token, and we'll let you go immediately. As for this so-called blood demon sword, although I don't know what it is, it's nothing to fear. You shouldn't rely on it. Han Li's voice echoed calmly in the hall. It's not a threat. Do you know what the blood demon sword is? You dare to speak so arrogantly. Fine, I'll kill you first, and Nangong Jr.'s sister will change her mind. The cold woman stared at Han Li, her lips pursed fiercely. Then she suddenly bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the buzzing, blood-colored small sword, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. The few-inch-long small sword flashed with blood light, growing to 3 feet in length, eerie and crimson, with a nauseating aura of blood. However, the cold woman reached out indifferently, grasping the hilt of the sword, and then her whole body lit up with spiritual light as she infused all her spiritual power into the blood sword. Not good, make your move quickly. Don't let it attack first. Nangong Wan's face couldn't maintain its calmness anymore, anxiously calling out to Han Li. Nangong Wan was also well aware of the terrifying nature of the blood demon sword, and naturally didn't believe Han Li's words of it being nothing to fear. Therefore, without waiting for the fully condensed cycle of divine light to complete its formation, she rushed towards the huge halo above her head and pointed a finger. The circular halo above her head trembled, then began to rotate rapidly. After a moment, a strange rainbow shot out from the halo like a falling rainbow, exceptionally gorgeous, and instantly arrived in front of the cold woman. Upon seeing this, the cold woman casually tossed out a triangular pennant. As soon as the pennant was held by the woman's jade-like hand, it transformed into a dense green mist and surged forward. After the brilliance flashed, the rainbow plunged into the green mist, and a muffled sound echoed from within. The rainbow, like a dragon emerging from water, immediately gained the upper hand upon contact. It churned and rolled in the mist, trying to break through with a single blow. But the green mist, like maggots on bones, under the manipulation of the cold woman's divine sense, entangled layer by layer, making it unable to break through for a while. Seeing this scene, Nangong Wan's expression changed drastically, while a hint of joy flashed across the cold woman's face. Then the woman slashed the blood-colored long sword towards Han Li's head with the weight of 1,000 caddies. Intense spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared above Han Li's head, followed by a huge crimson sword chi. On the other side, after the ice-cold woman made the strike, she seemed to have lost a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Her face instantly turned red several times, and after a flash of light in her hand, the blood sword returned to its original size and fell into her hand. As the sword chi descended halfway, the nearby spiritual energy was sucked dry by the blood-red sword chi. Hanley felt a tightening sensation all over his body, and his figure was instantly immobilized. He couldn't even move a finger, just watching the sword chi slowly descend. The smell of blood rushed towards him. Seeing this scene, Nangong Wan's face turned as pale as snow, while a mocking expression flashed across the cold woman's face. Just when both of them thought Han Li was in great danger, he took a deep breath. With a thunderous roar and dazzling golden light, a faint golden arc appeared on Han Li's body. The cold woman was stunned, unable to react in time. The blood-colored sword chi slashed into the electric net. With a loud rumbling sound, the lightning and blood chi intertwined. The seemingly powerful sword chi, entangled in the golden arc, flashed wildly and struggled left and right, unable to sever the seemingly delicate electric arc. Instead, layer by layer, it was gradually enveloped inside. It struggled desperately like a fish caught in a net. The restraint on Han Li's body disappeared the moment the purifying thunder spoke, just as the golden arc appeared. He looked at the sword chi and golden arc in the air, showing a hint of surprise on his face. If he hadn't sensed it wrong, the purifying thunder formed a golden net, which trapped the blood-colored sword chi. However, the purifying thunder itself was rapidly depleting due to the struggle of the sword chi. If he hadn't released nearly a third of his reserves of divine thunder at once, it would have been uncertain whether he could trap this strange sword chi. To think there was a demonic artifact that the purifying thunder couldn't completely restrain. He had never heard of it before. However, even so, if this continued, the blood-colored sword chi and the thunder above would most likely both end up dissipating together. He naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch this happen. Thinking of this, Han Li's expression sank, and he raised both hands upwards. Two extremely thick golden arcs gushed out from his hands, hitting the blood-colored sword chi directly through the golden net. After a moment of fierce golden lightning strikes, the sword chi finally dispersed with a mournful cry, turning into a small cluster of blood mist, floating motionlessly in the air. Without hesitation, Han Li pointed a finger at the golden net above his head, and the net quickly shrank, completely wrapping the blood mist inside, turning it into a fist-sized golden ball in Han Li's hand. Then Han Li glanced expressionlessly at the woman opposite him. The scene just now had shocked the cold woman, leaving her in disbelief. Even Nangong Wan was stunned, standing there dumbfounded. The full-strength blow of the blood demon's sword turned out to be ineffective, which left the two women in a state of disbelief. Since its strange appearance in Tiannan, it was still unclear whether this sword was an ancient treasure or a magic weapon. Because this sword could be stored inside the body like a magic weapon, but it couldn't be refined and recognized like one. Almost anyone who obtained this sword could unleash astonishing power. Facing the sword chi that slashed through space, apart from escaping early to avoid it, there was almost nothing that could withstand it. Those who tried to resist with techniques or magic treasures would most likely be cut into pieces. Of course, using this sword not only required a large amount of essence blood and spiritual energy, but also required constant vigilance against the backlash of demonic energy. Because after using this sword, depending on the duration, a trace of demonic nature would be imprinted in the body's true essence. If accumulated too much, it could lead to a backlash of demonic energy, causing the sword's owner to lose control and ultimately die in a frenzy. There were several similar treasures in Tiannan, so the cultivators there simply called them devil artifacts. They were both loved and hated. However, Han Li didn't wait for the two women to return to their senses. Instead, he let out a sharp scream, and the golden insect cloud hovering on the other side of the sky buzzed loudly, then surged toward the cold woman like a tidal wave. Han Li's attack finally awakened the bewildered cold woman. In her extreme shock, she opened her mouth and spat out a silver sword, quickly forming seals with both hands. The silver sword emitted a dazzling light, enveloped by the brilliance of silver. With a crisp sound, the silver sword trembled, and under the brilliance, it transformed into thousands of thin silver threads, shooting out through the air. They headed towards the golden insect cloud in the sky. Turning the sword into threads, Han Li muttered with a furrowed brow. It turned out that Nangong Wan's senior sister was actually a sword cultivator, which explained why most of her magical treasures were flying swords. Just then, the silver threads collided with the golden cloud. A series of crackling sounds filled the air as numerous golden flowers plummeted from the sky, causing the golden cloud to thin out. Seeing this scene, Han Li's heart sank. Were the golden devouring bugs still unable to confront nascent soul cultivators? It seemed like he had wasted a lot of effort. After the silver sword threads passed through the golden cloud, they turned around and pierced through it again. Naturally, many golden devouring bugs fell from the sky once more. Seeing this, the cold woman's heart finally relaxed slightly. After several rounds of exchanges, these strange flying insects could be completely wiped out. It seemed that they were not so fearsome. Han Li naturally felt disappointed. However, suddenly, his gaze swept over the fallen golden devouring bugs, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He saw that these bugs, which should have been dead, suddenly moved and emitted a sharp scream before spreading their wings and flying up again, forming clusters of golden flowers that converged into another cloud, rushing towards the cold woman. At this moment, a phoenix cry came from the green mist around her, followed by countless rays of light. All the green mist was suddenly dispersed, revealing a crimson full moon. The moonlight flashed, enveloping the cold woman. Seeing this, her expression changed drastically. Suddenly, her figure rotated swiftly in the light barrier, turning into a black and white rainbow, about to penetrate the roof of the hall. After the previous exchange, she finally understood that it would be difficult to deal with Han Li and Nangong Wan alone. In this case, she naturally had to escape from the cave and gather others to come back and subdue the two. After all, no matter how powerful Han Li and Nangong Wan were, they wouldn't be able to deal with thousands of concealed Moon sect disciples. Moreover, once outside, she could activate the sect's suppressing array, trapping the two inside. Nangong Wan's crimson moonlight seemed somewhat unable to catch up. A black and white streak streaked across the sky in a long arc, reaching the top of the hall in an instant, fiercely striking down. With a muffled bang, the red light didn't pierce through, but instead, only some rubble drifted down. The cold woman was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. Then, she saw the light flashing at the top, and groups of tricolored flying insects flew out from above, quickly converging towards the center, forming a tricolor giant shield. The cold woman was astonished. Without much thought, she flicked her hand, and a silver-patterned talisman appeared between her fingers. Seeing this scene from below, Nangong Wan naturally knew what her senior sister intended to do. Without hesitation, She waved her hand, and a red haze flag appeared, which she then threw forcefully towards the ground beneath her feet. With a slithering sound, the flag turned into a red smoke and swiftly burrowed into the ground. At this moment, the cold woman waved her hand, activating the talisman in her hand, enveloping it in a yellow haze. It rushed upwards like a shooting star. A tearing sound came as the yellow light pierced through the giant shield and headed towards the roof. But almost simultaneously, Nangong Wan chanted a spell, activating the hidden restrictions in the hall. The entire hall flashed red, and a dazzling red light screen appeared on the walls. Even the roof and the stone floor shimmered. The red light seemed to be the nemesis of the yellow light formed by the cold woman. Instead of escaping, the yellow and red lights intertwined, like magnets, with the red light surging up and enveloping the yellow light. The cold woman was alarmed, but she was also knowledgeable. After a moment of thought, she immediately understood the nature of this restriction. She then flicked her fingers without hesitation, and more than 10 black and white sword auras shot out, followed by an eerie blue flame spewing from her mouth, hitting the purple net above. A faint purple light flashed, and regardless of the black and white sword auras or the green fire, they were all safely intercepted by the purple net without any damage. This made the cold woman truly panic. Just as she was about to bite the bullet and use some powerful secret technique to break free, a light laughter rang out from the white figure, and she pulled the purple thread in her hand, uttering a capture with her lips slightly parted. The loosely draped net suddenly tightened. The person trapped in the net couldn't move at all, completely immobilized. The woman's face turned blood red. Since she formed her nascent soul, she had always been looked up to by other cultivators. When had she ever encountered such a situation, especially now that she was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator? In embarrassment and anger, her spiritual light suddenly surged, doubling in intensity, and a hint of bloody red light flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Nangong Wan's smile faded. She knew something wasn't right and urgently transmitted her voice to Han Li. "Don't harm her life, just hand her over to me." With this voice, a fiery red moon leaped out from below, enveloping the cold woman. The moon spun rapidly, emitting waves of red light, filling the entire hall for a while. Watching the rotating moon, Han Li felt his mind sway, dizzy and disoriented, which surprised him. No wonder the cold woman was so wary of Nangong Wan's cycle, divine light. It seemed indeed quite formidable. After spinning for a full cup of tea's time, the moon finally stopped, leaving Nangong Wan pale-faced. Then, with a wave of her hand, there was a light sound of popping, and the red moon dispersed into starlight. Her senior sister's figure reappeared, floating in midair. She was still firmly trapped by the purple-silver net, just that the astonishing spiritual energy on her body had returned to calm, and she was now unconscious with a strange smile on her face. "What's this?" Han Li was somewhat surprised. "The person trapped by my cycle, divine light, cannot escape even if their nascent soul leaves their body. And this divine light also carries a powerful hypnotic effect. My senior sister has temporarily lost her senses due to it, so we can spare her life, Nangong Wan explained with a slight recovery of blood color on her face, smiling. If a cultivator cannot let their nascent soul leave their body, no wonder your senior sister fears this technique so much. However, if you didn't intend to spare her life, you could have used a thunderous method to kill her. Why bother with this trouble? Han Li rubbed his nose, somewhat helpless. I can't let my senior sister, a senior elder of the sect, be killed. Since I intend to leave with you, the concealed moon sect will already suffer a great loss of strength. If you were to kill her, our sect would be completely devastated. The former Grand Elder of the Concealed Moon sect owed me a great favor. Although I wouldn't sacrifice myself for the sect, I wouldn't allow a calamity to befall the Concealed Moon sect. The Concealed Moon sect can't afford to lose her. Nangong Wan sighed lightly, reluctantly explaining. But your senior sister didn't show any mercy when she attacked you and set up the restrictions just now. Han Li smiled bitterly, murmuring, That doesn't matter. Spare her life, and I've repaid the great kindness of my sect. After leaving with you, there's no need to worry excessively. But the fight just now was indeed quite dangerous. I almost didn't know that my senior sister still had the blood demon sword, such an extraordinary magic treasure. I almost caused you a great disaster. If I had known earlier, I would have. Nangong Wan's bright eyes flickered with regret and apology. But Han Li had already understood her meaning. He smiled and didn't mind. It's nothing. The blood demon sword can't threaten me. Let's take out the prohibition token quickly and leave the mountain early. This time, Nangong Wan nodded without any objection. On the side, Yin Yue obediently shook her hand, and the purple-silver net loosened, shaking the cold woman out. Nangong Wan stepped forward a few steps, not politely approaching the motionless, cold woman. With a flash of red light in her hand, she bowed slightly, placing her jade hand on the woman's forehead, then closed her eyes, silent. Watching this scene, Han Li seemed to know what Nangong Wan was doing, with a faint smile on his face, standing still without saying a word. After a while, Nangong Wan opened her beautiful eyes, and with a lift of her hand, a blood-red small sword appeared in her palm, the blood demon's sword. This magic treasure is too powerful and poses a great threat to both of us. It's better to take it with us. I won't use this thing, but seeing how the golden arc just now was able to restrain it, it's better to keep it just in case. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword in her hand and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. Hey, Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that materialized in his hand. With a flash of green light, he closed the lid of the box, then stored it in his storage pouch. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully, not minding his actions, and instead walked over to the motionless, cold woman. With a red light flashing in her hand, she produced a blood-red small sword, the Blood Demon Sword. This artifact is too formidable and poses a significant threat to both of us. Let's take it with us. I won't use it, but given that the Golden Ark was able to counter it just now, it's better to keep it for emergencies. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. "Hey," Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that materialized in his hand. With a flash of green light, he closed the lid of the box, then stored it in his storage pouch. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully, not minding his actions, and instead walked over to the motionless, cold woman. With a red light flashing in her hand, she produced a blood-red small sword, the Blood Demon Sword. This artifact is too formidable and poses a significant threat to both of us. Let's take it with us. I won't use it, but given that the Golden Ark was able to counter it just now, it's better to keep it for emergencies. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. "Hey," Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that materialized in his hand. With a flash of green light, he closed the lid of the box, then stored it in his storage pouch. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully, not minding his actions, and instead walked over to the motionless, cold woman. With a red light flashing in her hand, she produced a blood-red small sword, the Blood Demon Sword. This artifact is too formidable and poses a significant threat to both of us. Let's take it with us. I won't use it, but given that the Golden Ark was able to counter it just now, it's better to keep it for emergencies. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. "Hey," Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that materialized in his hand. With a flash of green light, he closed the lid of the box, then stored it in his storage pouch. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully, not minding his actions, and instead walked over to the motionless, cold woman. With a red light flashing in her hand, she produced a blood-red small sword, the Blood Demon Sword. This artifact is too formidable and poses a significant threat to both of us. Let's take it with us. I won't use it, but given that the Golden Ark was able to counter it just now, it's better to keep it for emergencies. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. "Hey," Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that materialized in his hand. With a flash of green light, he closed the lid of the box, then stored it in his storage pouch. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully, not minding his actions, and instead walked over to the motionless, cold woman. With a red light flashing in her hand, she produced a blood-red small sword, the Blood Demon Sword. This artifact is too formidable and poses a significant threat to both of us. Let's take it with us. I won't use it, but given that the Golden Ark was able to counter it just now, it's better to keep it for emergencies. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. "Hey," Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that materialized in his hand. With a flash of green light, he closed the lid of the box, then stored it in his storage pouch. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully, not minding his actions, and instead walked over to the motionless, cold woman. With a red light flashing in her hand, she produced a blood-red small sword, the Blood Demon Sword. This artifact is too formidable and poses a significant threat to both of us. Let's take it with us. I won't use it, but given that the Golden Ark was able to counter it just now, it's better to keep it for emergencies. Nangong Wan glanced at the small sword and shook her head, tossing the magic treasure to Han Li. Han Li smiled and accepted the sword without any hesitation. He then compared it with another identical black ring in his hand, carefully examining them. "Hey," Nangong Wan exclaimed in surprise as she witnessed this, her face showing astonishment. Han Li placed both items together and, after a brief comparison, confirmed that they were identical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li chuckled and, without hesitation, placed both rings into a jade box that material. Although Han Li didn't yet know the exact origin of the blood demon sword, knowing its harmful demonic aura, he naturally didn't want Nangong Wan to use such a dangerously cursed weapon and promptly stored it away without hesitation. While there were still other treasures left, such as the mirror of condensing light, it was evident that Nangong Wan had no intention of taking them, leaving her with some dignity. The mirror of condensing light had accompanied the cold woman for many years, and many in the cultivation world knew of its existence. Taking it away would likely cause trouble. At this moment, Nangong Wan placed the prohibition token between her hands, gently rubbing it. After a flicker of red light, a dense black mist emerged. With a wave of her hand, the token disappeared. All right, the entrapment art has finally been lifted. But before we leave, I have a few words for senior sister. After removing all prohibitions, Nangong Wan smiled brightly. Han Li naturally had no objections. Nangong Wan took out a white jade slip from her body and lightly pressed it against her forehead. The jade slip shimmered, and Nangong Wan's consciousness immersed itself within, leaving some words behind. After a while, she removed the jade slip from her forehead, placed it with the other items on the ground, stored them back into her storage pouch, and then tied the pouch around the cold woman's waist. Let's go. Senior sister has been under the protection of my reincarnation divine light for so long. She won't wake up for a day and night. Nangong Wan smiled at Han Li, somewhat shyly. Seeing the gentle demeanor of this woman, Han Li's heart skipped a beat. He gently took her soft hand, and their magical powers intertwined, turning into a rainbow light shooting out of the hall. Why should I go to Falling Cloud Sect alone? Standing atop an unnamed hill at the border of Bailiang country, Nangong Wan frowned beneath an ancient tree. My servant and fellow brother Dai of Falling Cloud Sect are still lingering in Tianshan City for some reason, probably related to the invasion of the mysterious clan. Since they both have some connection with me and came together, I can't just leave them behind and return alone. I have to go and check on them. Hanley stood beside Nangong Wan, catching a whiff of her nearby fragrance as he spoke slowly. If that's the case, I'll go with you. There's no need for me to leave alone. Nangong Wan scolded Han Li with a slight dissatisfaction. Wanner, as a Yuanying stage cultivator of Concealed Moon Sect, you probably know many high-level cultivators in the Nine Nations Alliance. Although I've already taught you the transformation technique, it's still possible to be seen through by cultivators of higher cultivation levels. It's better for you to return to Falling Cloud Sect first. Han Li smiled and explained. But now that you've offended both Concealed Moon Sect and Sect of Intent Transformation, I'm a bit worried about going back to Tianshan City. Nangong Wan wrinkled her delicate nose, feeling anxious. Don't worry, you've seen my abilities. Although there might be many cultivators in Tianan with higher cultivation levels, there should be few who can trap and kill me. Moreover, as an elder of Falling Cloud Sect, Now that the mysterious clan has invaded, the Nine Nations Alliance is the first to bear the brunt. They wouldn't dare to do much. Besides, I suspect your senior sister will follow the escape plan described in your jade slip. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain to Wei Wuyan. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Han Li chuckled and explained. If you insist on going, I won't stop you, but you must take care. For safety's sake, take this treasure for self-defense. Nangong Wan seemed to sense Han Li's determination and didn't say much more. Instead, she reached into her waist and pulled out a light chiffon handkerchief, calmly handing it over. What's this? Han Li sensed an unusual aura from the handkerchief and couldn't help but ask curiously. This is an unknown treasure I obtained during a trip. It's very convenient to use, almost flying up for self-defense with just a thought. Since you may encounter danger on your journey, it's better to carry it with you for my peace of mind. Nangong Wan explained gently, like a caring wife. Han Li fell silent, staring at Nangong Wan's clear eyes for a long while. Only after seeing a hint of blush on her cheeks did he accept the item with a teasing smile, carefully stowing it away. Seeing this, Nangong Wan's face showed a faint smile. But suddenly remembering something, she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a sparkling red jade pendant, her lips slightly parted. This fire-resistant pendant is a token I often carry with me. Although I don't like to be involved in worldly affairs, I once took in a few named disciples. They acknowledged me as their master, but they weren't disciples of concealed moon sect. Now 2 of them have opened shops in Tianshan City. If you really need help, you can show them this item, and they will obey your orders. After saying this, Nangong Wan softly mentioned 2 or 3 names. A warmth arose in Han Li's heart, and after showing a hint of tenderness on his face, he silently noted down the names of these few people. The feeling of being genuinely cared for seemed to be something he hadn't experienced in a long time. A month later, Han Li appeared alone in the wilderness outside Tianshan City. Gazing at the distant giant city, he remained silent. After bidding farewell to Nangong Wan with reluctance, he immediately headed towards Yugu country. But halfway there, he heard news of a major battle between cultivator armies at the border of Fengyuan country and Yugu country. As a result, the Nine Nations Alliance suffered repeated defeats. After 3 battles, they had to rely on several prohibition arrays to barely defend several key areas. The Nine Nations Alliance was clearly at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brows. Unfortunately, no one knew the specific situation or the reason for the defeat of the cultivators. He had no choice but to continue on his way. After entering Yugu country, he finally obtained some more specific information from other cultivators. It seemed that the mysterious clan had somehow acquired several barbaric beasts, catching the Nine Nations Alliance cultivators off guard and leading to their repeated defeats. This news shocked Han Li greatly, prompting him to rush to Tianshan City overnight. Now, although the aerial restrictions over Tianshan City had been removed, Most of the restrictions of the primordial annihilation formation had been reinstated. The entire city was filled with eerie and elusive spiritual fluctuations. It seemed that this city of cultivators was truly in a state of war. Hanley quietly observed for a while before his figure moved, turning into a cyan rainbow streak and darting towards the city gate. There were 7 or 8 cultivators guarding the city gate, with an old man in the foundation establishment stage among them. Seeing the dazzling cyan light streaking towards them, the old man at the city gate was about to approach and inquire, but as soon as he casually swept his spiritual sense over the cyan streak, his expression changed drastically. "Welcome, Senior, to attend the Alliance meeting. May I ask for Senior's name and sect? It's my duty to register." The old man's demeanor quickly turned respectful as he bowed deeply. Alliance meeting? What alliance meeting? Hanley's mind stirred, glancing at the old man with an expressionless face as he inquired. "Isn't Senior here to attend the Alliance meeting? Could it be that Senior is a lone cultivator?" The old man was taken aback for a moment, showing a hint of surprise. "No, I'm from the Heaven's Path sect," Hanley replied calmly. Because of the formidable invasion by the mysterious clan this time, our 9 Nations alliance finds it difficult to resist independently. Therefore, we have already sent out invitations to other forces for an alliance meeting. Since Senior is from the Heaven's Path sect, as long as Senior reports your name and sect, you can enter the city. The old man explained cautiously. "I'm Han Lee of the Falling Cloud sect." Han Lee's gaze flickered before he finally uttered his name. However, his brow furrowed inwardly. It seemed that this trip wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Upon hearing Han Lee's name, the old man didn't even bother to verify and immediately stepped aside, respectfully ushering Han Lee into the city. Han Lee nodded and descended from the sky, calmly entering the city. Compared to the bustling streets and crowded trading scenes during the convention, the number of cultivators on the streets of Tianshan City had visibly diminished, and everyone wore expressions of worry. It seemed that the news of the initial defeat had already spread. Han Lee proceeded towards the loft where he used to reside. If Mu Paling and the others hadn't left yet, they should still be there. Before long, Han Lee stood outside the loft. Sensing the faint spiritual fluctuations on the 2nd floor, he confirmed that Mu Paling was indeed inside. With a faint smile, Han Lee silently dismantled the restrictions and entered the loft. "Young master, you're finally back," Mu Paling exclaimed with joy as soon as she opened her eyes and saw Han Lee before her. "You and Senior Brother Lu didn't leave here as agreed. How could I not come back?" Han Lee sighed helplessly. But after glancing at Mu Paling a few more times, he chuckled, however. "I didn't expect that you would break through the bottleneck and reach the late foundation establishment stage during this period. Truly a cause for celebration. I was fortunate to break through just half a month ago. I owe it all to the elixirs provided by the young master. Without them, I wouldn't have achieved this breakthrough in such a short time," Mu Paling said, her face flushed with excitement, looking even more radiant and charming. Han Li's heart wavered for a moment, but after touching his nose, his mind calmed. Did you and senior brother Lu stay here because of the Mulan invasion? Han Li casually asked, indifferent. Young master has guessed correctly. Senior Gu and I were originally planning to leave after the trade fair, but unexpectedly, news of the invasion came just as the fair was ending. As Senior Gu is the nascent soul cultivator of the Heavenly Tao Alliance stationed in Tianshan City, he had to stay and discuss countermeasures with other forces. I stayed behind as well, Mu Paling explained carefully, biting her lip. In that case, you can't be blamed. But what about senior brother Gu? Han Li was about to continue asking when he suddenly paused, showing a look of surprise. Mu Paling was puzzled, not understanding Han Li's intent, when suddenly a young man's shout came from outside the loft's restrictions. Taoist Mu, are you there? This is Bai Shujun. Please come out to meet me. Who is this person? Someone you've recently met. Han Li's spiritual sense swept outside and saw a refined young man at the core formation stage, standing calmly outside the restrictions. He asked thoughtfully. The moment Mu Paling heard the man's voice, her face turned pale. She quickly explained to Han Li, young master, don't misunderstand. This person is a disciple of an elder from the heavenly extreme gate. He saw me a few days ago and has been pestering me since. I've already told him I'm your concubine, but he refuses to give up. I'll drive him away right now. Is there such a thing? Does senior brother Lu know about this? Han Li raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. I've told Senior Lu, but he seems to know the elder from the heavenly extreme gate and is somewhat apprehensive. He told me to deal with it temporarily and wait for you to return, Mu Paling replied, relieved that Han Li wasn't angry. Oh, the heavenly extreme gate. Isn't that one of the 4 major sects of the Righteous Alliance? No wonder senior brother Lu is cautious. But for a mere core formation stage cultivator to be so brazen, he seems overly bold. Let's go down and see what this youngster is up to, Han Li said coldly after a moment of silence. Yes, young master, Mu Paling responded respectfully, though momentarily stunned. Han Li silently exited the room and headed downstairs, with Mu Paling gracefully following close behind. Taoist Mu, you finally. Oh, and who is this senior? The young man, Bai Shujun, initially thought it was Mu Paling coming out but was startled upon seeing Han Li. Noticing Han Li's unfathomable cultivation, he immediately changed his demeanor and greeted respectfully. At this time, Mu Paling also emerged, standing closely by Han Li's side. Seeing this, Bai Shujun's expression changed several times, seemingly realizing something. You are a disciple of the heavenly extreme gate. Han Li's face darkened as he asked sternly. Yes, senior. I am a disciple under Elder Lu of the heavenly extreme gate. Might you be senior Han? Despite facing Han Li, a nascent soul cultivator, Bai Shujun only showed a brief flash of fear before returning to a courteous demeanor. Speak, what is your intention? Why do you keep pestering my concubine? Surely there's another purpose behind such brainless actions, Han Li said coldly. Mu Paling looked astonished upon hearing this. Senior sees through everything. Actually, my master wishes to meet you. Seeing no sign of you, he instructed me to act this way. But I also genuinely like Taoist Mu. If Senior could grant me this favor, I would be deeply grateful, Bai Shujun said with a refined smile. Grateful? What use do I have for your gratitude? Stop daydreaming. My concubines are not for giving away. Now, why does your sect want to see me? We have had no prior dealings, Han Li said, glancing at an empty spot nearby and smiling strangely while releasing a terrifying spiritual pressure. Bai Shujun's face changed dramatically, and he staggered back several steps. His shoulders felt an immense pressure, almost forcing him to his knees. He struggled to resist, but eventually started to kneel. Just as he was about to kneel, a white figure suddenly appeared and swiftly moved to Bai Shujun's side, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, relieving the pressure and helping him stand. The newcomer was an elderly man with gray hair and a kind face, wearing a white robe. As Han Li looked at him, the elder smiled and said, Taoist Han, please don't be angry. It was I who instructed my disciple to do this, as it was the only way I could meet you. What is your name, and why do you seek me? If I recall correctly, this is our first encounter, Han Li asked, his spiritual pressure dissipating instantly, and his expression returning to normal as if nothing had happened. Haha, I am Lu Weiying, an elder of the heavenly extreme gate. As for the reason, it's inconvenient to explain here. If you wish to know, please meet me tonight at this location. All will be revealed then, Elder Lu said, tossing a green jade slip towards Han Li. Han Li flicked his sleeve, and a beam of blue light caught the slip, which he briefly scanned with his spiritual sense. It contained an address. Before Han Li could say anything, Elder Lu and Bai Shujun bowed and swiftly departed. Han Li frowned, pondering. The other party seemed to know something but also misunderstood, thinking he had been hiding in Tianshan City. He stroked his chin, unable to figure it out for now, and decided not to pursue it further. After a moment's thought, he led Mu Paling back into the loft. Where is Senior Brother Gu now? Han Li asked calmly, seemingly forgetting the recent incident. I heard the battlefront is tense again, and Senior Gu has gone to discuss strategies with others, Mu Paling replied. Discussing strategies? Where? Han Li asked with interest. At the conference hall in Tianshan City. Any nascent soul cultivator from major forces can attend. Do you plan to go, young master? Mu Paling asked softly. The conference hall. Han Li murmured, recalling the large hall in the city's center surrounded by heavy restrictions. Yes, I want to understand the Mulan situation. I'll go there first. Stay here and don't go out, Han Li instructed before leaving the loft. The so-called conference hall was a grand structure in the city's center, rarely used except for matters of life and death concerning the Nine Nations Alliance. Since the Mulan invasion, It had been reopened for discussions with other forces. Upon arriving, Han Li was granted entry after the guards verified his identity. He was led into the hall, where he saw around 10 nascent soul cultivators, fewer than expected. Senior brother Lu was seated on the left, smiling at Han Li. Next to him was the fire dragon child, whom Han Li also recognized. Among the others, only an old man in a yellow robe was familiar, none other than the former ancestor of Yellow Maple Valley, Linghu. When Patriarch Linghu saw Han Li, his expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of recognition. It was unclear whether he didn't recognize the former Foundation establishment disciple, or if his mind was deep enough to mask his emotions. Han Li's gaze shifted. Besides these few individuals, there were also an elder with a purple face and a dignified lady in palace attire, seated in the center of the hall. When Han Li slightly probed them with his spiritual sense, his heart trembled. Both were at the mid-nascent soul stage, presumably the main leaders of the 9 Nations Alliance. While Han Li was scanning the cultivators in the hall, they were also scrutinizing the young man who had just entered. Most were evidently surprised by Han Li's youthful appearance. After all, there weren't many techniques that could preserve a male cultivator's youth indefinitely. Junior brother Han, you're finally here. Take a seat. We are discussing matters regarding the Mulands with our sect master, the cultivator surnamed Lu said with a smile. The fire dragon child beside him also smiled kindly and nodded. Han Li smiled calmly, cupped his hands slightly to the other cultivators in the hall, and then sat on a wooden chair next to the cultivator surnamed Lu. This must be Taoist Han from the Falling Cloud sect. I am Wu Peng from the Bai sect. We heard from Brother Lu that you managed to reach the nascent soul stage in just over 200 years. Truly, you are a prodigy among the cultivators of Tianan. Perhaps you might indeed achieve the great Tao, the purple-faced cultivator said with a smile to Han Li after he sat down. Although Han Li's current cultivation was still a notch below his own, Wu Peng did not dare to underestimate his potential. Sect Master Wu flatters me. I was merely fortunate to reach the nascent soul stage. I dare not speak of achieving the great Tao, Han Li replied modestly, not daring to appear presumptuous toward the Bai sect, one of the major factions of the 9 Nations Alliance alongside the Hudi sect. As he spoke, Han Li's gaze briefly swept over the middle-aged lady next to the elder. Since this purple-faced elder was the sect master of Bai sect, the lady was most likely a cultivator from the Hudi sect. As expected, just as Han Li thought of this, Wu Peng coughed lightly and said, "This is Madame Qi from the Hudi sect, who, along with me, is currently responsible for the affairs of the 9 Nations Alliance. The other Taoists are." The elder introduced the other cultivators in the hall to Han Li. When he introduced the patriarch of the Yellow Maple Valley, the latter responded without any special expression. Han Li's heart stirred, but he nodded calmly as well. After introducing everyone, Wu Peng's expression turned serious. Taoist Han, you arrived just in time. We are discussing the situation where the Mulan forces are far more formidable than we anticipated. It is said that Elder Yu and others suffered another defeat recently. They even broke through the restraining formations at 2 critical locations with giant beasts, causing us significant casualties. Even Taoist Huan from the Shadow sect perished in this battle. This is the second nascent soul cultivator we have lost since the war with the Mulans began. It shows that the Mulans are coming fiercely this time, and our alliance urgently needs your assistance, Wu Peng said gravely. Hearing Wu Peng's solemn words, the smiles on the cultivators' faces vanished, replaced by a serious atmosphere in the hall. Sect Master Wu, we have also received some news about this matter. After all, our disciples on rotation in your alliance are also fighting the Mulans on the front lines. However, we are not clear about the details of Taoist Feng's death. Could you explain it in detail? It is indeed puzzling to lose nascent soul cultivators in such a short time. Did the Mulans send out high-level cultivators so early? Asked a green-robed, gaunt elder in a raspy voice. Upon hearing this, Han Li took a closer look at this person. According to Wu Peng's introduction, this was an elder from the Demon Dao's Yuling sect. He wondered if this person had any relation to Liu Yu or Han Yunjai. I have not received any news that the Mulan's high-level cultivators have all come out. However, both Taoist Feng and the earlier deceased Taoist Xin were killed in one-on-one combat with the enemy. They were not surrounded, Wu Peng said with a strange expression. Impossible. Even if facing a mid-nascent soul cultivator, escaping should still be possible. Could it be the Mulan's divine masters? The green-robed elder was shocked. No, it was just 2 early nascent soul cultivators. But these 2 who attacked were peculiar. Their magic was extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding those of the same rank, and they used a very strange treasure. Both Taoists were defeated, and as soon as their nascent souls emerged, they were trapped by this treasure, unable to use teleportation, which led to their deaths, Wu Peng said with a sigh, as if he had anticipated the question. A treasure that prevents teleportation. What kind of treasure is that? An ancient treasure or a magic treasure? Someone asked in disbelief, taking a deep breath. Han Li and the others were equally shocked. The reason why nascent soul cultivators were difficult to kill was their ability to teleport after their nascent soul emerged. Now, with a treasure that could suppress this ability, how could they not be alarmed? The specifics of the treasure are unclear to the disciples who observed the battle. They only reported that the 2 attackers waved their hands, emitting a black-red light that was impossible to defend against. Moreover, Wu Peng hesitated. Sect Master Wu, there is nothing to hide at this point, the green-robed elder said impatiently. It's not that I am hiding anything, but it's rather unbelievable. Let Madame Qi explain, Wu Peng said, a bit embarrassed. Since both sects belonged to the 9 Nations Alliance, she naturally needed to assist him. Han Li's curiosity was piqued. The others in the hall were also intrigued, focusing their attention on Madame Qi. The situation is this. Some of the observing disciples noticed that the two nascent soul cultivators had very strange appearances and seemed to directly absorb the souls of the fallen. They spared neither the cultivators nor the magicians. Sect Master Wu suspected that these two might not be human, but some sort of other beings. However, they showed no obvious demonic or ghostly aura, so the disciples couldn't make a definitive judgment. The sudden appearance of these extraordinarily powerful wild beasts among the magicians is likely related to these mysterious cultivators. Therefore, we suspect that the Mulans might be collaborating with other forces, enabling them to launch a massive invasion against us in Tiannan, Madame Qi said with a sigh. Non-humans? Are you suggesting they are shape-shifting beasts? The green-robed elder asked, shocked. Probably, but even if they are not beasts, they might be evil cultivators practicing some demonic arts. If that is the case, I would prefer them to be beasts. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome, Wu Peng said grimly. When did you receive this information, Sect Master Wu? Hanli asked slowly after remaining silent. This information came with the last battle report. Taoist Han, why do you ask? Wu Peng stroked his beard, puzzled. I just thought that regardless of whether those mysterious cultivators are human or beast, they dared to act so boldly early on and were not afraid of us discovering their identities. It seems the Mulans are not planning a prolonged war this time. They might aim for a swift strike to defeat our main forces and decide the outcome quickly. Could there be some major upheaval in the Mulan plains? Hanli pondered aloud. Hearing Han Li's analysis, Wu Peng and Madame Qi looked at each other in shock. The other cultivators also felt a chill. They understood the implications of Han Li's words. Previously, the Mulans had always fought protracted wars, lasting years or even decades. Both the Nine Nations Alliance and the Mulan magicians avoided decisive battles to prevent mutual destruction. But now, with the Mulans coming in force, it was clear something had changed. Han Taoist makes sense. The Mulans indeed seem unusual this time. We must mobilize all the sects in Tiannan immediately and send the second wave of reinforcements. Otherwise, if the Mulans defeat us piecemeal, it will be disastrous. I hope everyone will convey this urgency to their sects and take swift action. Our alliance alone cannot hold out for long, Wu Peng said heavily after a long pause. Although what Taoist Han said is quite likely, it is still speculation. So, besides fellow nascent soul cultivators, everyone should keep today's discussion confidential to avoid unnecessary panic. However, if the Mulan truly intend to have a major battle with us, their highest-level divine masters will surely be deployed. These late nascent soul cultivators are beyond our capability to handle. I will inform Elder Wei Wai of our alliance to see if we can gather the 3 grand cultivators to deal with this matter, suggested Madame Qi after some consideration. Madame Qi's point is valid, and time is of the essence. Once we return, we should immediately send messages to our sects, agreed a gaunt elder with a worried expression, nodding his head. The other cultivators, understanding the gravity of the situation, also agreed without objection. The group then discussed some related details and decided to dispatch a batch of reinforcements to delay the Mulan's advance, buying time for the major forces of Tian'an to prepare. After concluding the palace conference, everyone hurriedly began to leave. Han Li walked alongside the cultivator surnamed Lu and the fire dragon child. However, just as they exited the hall, his expression changed slightly, and he frowned. "What's the matter, junior brother? Is something wrong?" asked the cultivator surnamed Lu, noticing Han Li's expression with some surprise. "It's nothing. An old acquaintance wants to see me, so I need to attend to it. Senior brother and brother Lan, you go ahead. I'll be back soon." Han Li raised his eyebrows but quickly responded nonchalantly. "All right, do as you need, junior brother Han. I will inform our comrades in the Tiandao Alliance about today's discussion and relay the message back to my senior brother to see how our various sects should handle this matter," said the cultivator surnamed Lu with a nod and a smile. The fire dragon child smirked, a playful smile appearing on his face. Han Li cupped his hands in farewell and walked away in another direction, gradually disappearing as he moved seemingly slowly, yet swiftly. After the cultivator surnamed Lu left the hall and had taken a few steps, he glanced in the direction where Han Li had disappeared. "What is it, Brother Lu? Are you worried?" asked the fire dragon child half-jokingly. "Worried? What is there to worry about?" The cultivator surnamed Lu responded with a composed expression, despite his inner thoughts. "Brother Lu, you should have guessed it by now. This Han Taoist used to be from Yellow Maple Valley, and it seems that old monster Linghu, like your senior brother, is nearing the end of his lifespan. Currently, Yellow Maple Valley has no other nascent soul cultivator besides old monster Linghu. He must be extremely anxious. If it wasn't Linghu who contacted Han Taoist just now, that would indeed be strange," the fire dragon child said with a slight smirk. "How did Brother Lan know about junior brother Han's background?" "I don't recall ever mentioning it to you," the cultivator surnamed Lu asked, rather than directly answering. "There's no need for you to tell me. With such a young and newly promoted elder suddenly appearing in your sect, our ancient sword sect naturally conducted some investigation. It wasn't a secret, and it was easy to find out," the fire dragon child replied frankly. Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Lu couldn't say much, but after some thought, he shook his head and said, "It's not surprising for junior brother Han to meet an old acquaintance. If he wanted to return to Yellow Maple Valley, he would have done so long ago, not waited until today." "True, but old monster Linghu is cunning, and would only invite Han Taoist if he had some confidence in persuading him," the fire dragon child remarked nonchalantly. The cultivator surnamed Lu fell silent, and after a while his face showed a hint of worry, and he sighed deeply. "Let it be. If junior brother Han truly wants to return to Yellow Maple Valley, can we really stop him?" he said with a bitter smile. At this time, Han Li was walking down a somewhat secluded street, constantly looking around. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze landing on a two-story pavilion. The pavilion wasn't very tall, only about 6 or 7 zhang. In front of the door, there was a small banner with the large character T written on it. It was a tea house. Standing outside the building were 2 yellow-robed Foundation establishment male cultivators, looking at Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly and walked over. "Greetings, Senior Han. The Patriarch is waiting for you inside." The 2 greeted respectfully upon seeing Han Li approach. "Understood." Han Li nodded and walked in without showing any emotion. The entire building was quiet, seemingly empty. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li went up to the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the top, he saw that it was just as empty, with only one person sitting there, and the only person sitting there, dressed in a yellow robe with a sallow complexion, was none other than old ancestor Linghu, whom Han Li had just parted with in the hall. At this moment, Linghu was seated at an 8 immortals table in the middle of the 2nd floor, holding a cup of clear tea, slowly savoring it. Han Li's eyes flickered a few times, but without hesitation, he walked forward, taking a steady seat across from Linghu. Before him was a green tea cup that had already been prepared. Old ancestor Linghu didn't say anything. With a gesture of his hand, the teapot on the table floated up lightly, its spout tipping to pour half a cup of tea into Han Li's cup before it gently returned to its place. "This tea from this tea house is quite good. Why not have a taste first?" Old ancestor Linghu said slowly, his eyes half closed, glancing at Han Li. Han Li smiled, and without objection, picked up the cup in front of him, gazing at the clear, emerald tea. "Indeed, it's quite good. Definitely a cut above the average spiritual tea," Han Li remarked calmly after taking a sip. He, it seems Taoist Han is also someone who appreciates tea. "I've chosen the right place to meet." Then, old ancestor Linghu said leisurely, placing his cup down gently. "Taoist Linghu, you didn't invite me here just to have me taste this tea, did you? If you have something to say, please speak directly," Han Li said plainly, not intending to beat around the bush. It was evident that old ancestor Linghu had already recognized him, and Han Li had a good guess about the purpose of this meeting. "Since Taoist Han is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. Would you be willing to return to Yellow Maple Valley and assume the position of elder once more?" Linghu asked unhurriedly, as if discussing something trivial. "Return to Yellow Maple Valley." Han Li kept his face expressionless, staring down at the teacup in his hands without responding. "Regardless of the rights and wrongs of the past, I do not wish to dwell on them. I will just inform you that I do not have much time left, perhaps no more than 20 years before I sit in meditation for the last time. If you return, Yellow Maple Valley will essentially be yours. Surely you don't bear a grudge over that little incident from years ago," Linghu said, a glint of light in his eyes. "I no longer care about the past. If I were in your position back then, I might have done the same. However, I have already joined the Loyun sect and have no intention of returning to Yellow Maple Valley. I suggest you find someone else," Han Li replied, shaking his head. Of course, I know you are with the Loyan sect now, but the Loyan sect already has 2 elders. There, you will always be constrained. How can that compare to the freedom of having full control of a sect? Linghu sneered. I think you misunderstand something. I didn't join any sect to gain power. I simply wanted a suitable place to cultivate. I have no interest in controlling any sect, Han Li said, a hint of mocking in his tone. Hearing this, Linghu furrowed his brow but quickly resumed his usual expression. Taoist Han, you may not realize how much being in charge of a sect can aid your cultivation. Not only will you have easy access to rare spiritual herbs and materials, but your status in the cultivation world will also be vastly different. Besides, even if you have no interest in power, don't you care about your old sect mates? Without a nascent soul cultivator to guard it, Yellow Maple Valley could easily be destroyed by other sects. Their fate is not hard to imagine. Linghu tried to appeal emotionally. Herbs and materials are also abundant in the Loyan sect. As for the status in the cultivation world, I couldn't care less. The rise and fall of sects are natural occurrences. Even those with long legacies can disappear. Each person's destiny is their own, and I won't interfere, Hanley replied with a calm smile, showing no signs of being swayed. Although what Taoist Han said is highly possible, it is still speculation. Therefore, besides our nascent soul stage fellows, everyone should keep today's discussion confidential to avoid unnecessary chaos. However, if the Mulans are indeed determined to wage a great war against us, their highest-level shamans will surely take action. These late-stage nascent soul shamans are beyond our capabilities. I will notify Elder Wei Wai of our alliance to see if we can gather the 3 great cultivators to deal with this matter, Madam Qi suggested after some deliberation. What Madam Qi said makes sense. Time is of the essence. Once we return, we should immediately inform our sects. A thin, sorrowful-looking old man nodded in agreement. The other cultivators, understanding the gravity of the situation, also expressed their agreement. Following this, they discussed some related details and decided to send a batch of reinforcements to slow down the Mulan advance, buying time for the major forces of Tian Nan to gather their manpower. Then the meeting concluded, and everyone hurriedly left. Han Li walked alongside the cultivator surnamed Lu and Fire Dragon Boy, but just as they stepped out of the hall, Han Li suddenly frowned. "What's wrong, junior brother? Is something the matter?" The cultivator surnamed Lu asked in surprise, noticing Han Li's expression. "Nothing. An old acquaintance wants to see me. I might need to deal with it. Senior brother and brother Lan, you go ahead. I'll be back soon." Han Li raised his eyebrows but then said nonchalantly, "All right, Han junior brother, take care of your business. I'll go back and inform our Taoist comrades of today's discussion, and then relay the message to our senior brother to see how our Heavenly Tao Alliance will handle this matter." The cultivator surnamed Lu nodded and said with a smile. Fire Dragon Boy smirked and smiled, but said nothing. Han Li cupped his hands in farewell and walked away in another direction, seemingly slow but quickly disappearing. After walking a few steps out of the main hall, the cultivator surnamed Lu glanced in the direction where Han Li had disappeared. "Why, Brother Lu, are you worried?" Fire Dragon Boy asked with a smirk. "Worried? What is there to worry about?" The cultivator surnamed Lu's heart stirred, but he maintained a calm face as he countered. "You should have guessed it yourself, Brother Lu. This Taoist Han was formerly from Yellow Maple Valley, and that old monster Linghu, like your senior brother, is also nearing the end of his lifespan. Currently, Yellow Maple Valley has no other nascent soul cultivator besides Linghu, so he must be very anxious. After all, if it were a small sect, it wouldn't matter. But a large sect like Yellow Maple Valley, without a nascent soul cultivator, could face a steep decline or even annihilation. It would be strange if it wasn't Linghu who sent the message to Taoist Han, Fire Dragon Boy said with a curl of his lip. "How do you know Han Jr. Brothers passed?" "I don't recall mentioning it to you," the cultivator surnamed Lu asked after a moment of silence. "No need for you to say it, Brother Lu. Our ancient sword sect naturally investigated when such a young new elder appeared in your sect. It wasn't a secret, easy to find out," the boy said frankly without any intention to hide. Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Lu had nothing more to say. After some thought, he shook his head and said, "It's not strange for junior brother Han to meet an old acquaintance. If he wanted to return to Yellow Maple Valley, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until today?" "That's true, but that old monster Linghu is quite cunning. If he's invited Taoist Han, he must have some way to persuade him," Fire Dragon Boy said indifferently. The cultivator surnamed Lu fell silent, and after a while, a look of concern appeared on his face as he sighed deeply. "Let's leave it to fate. If junior brother Han truly wishes to return to Yellow Maple Valley, can we really stop him?" Meanwhile, Han Li was walking down a somewhat secluded street, glancing around. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze falling on a two-story building. The building wasn't tall, only about 6 or 7 zhang. In front, there was a small flag with the character T written on it. It was a tea house. 2 yellow-robed male cultivators at the foundation establishment stage were standing outside, looking at Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly and walked over. "Greetings, Senior Han. The Grandmaster is waiting for you inside," the 2 men said respectfully upon seeing Han Li. "Understood." Han Li nodded and walked inside without expression. The entire building was quiet, seemingly empty. After a brief hesitation, Han Li went upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he saw it was equally deserted, with only one person sitting there. The person, wearing a yellow robe and with a sallow complexion, was none other than ancestor Linghu, whom Han Li had just parted with in the main hall. He was sitting at an 8 immortals table, slowly savoring a cup of tea. Han Li's eyes flickered a few times before he calmly walked up and sat down opposite Linghu ancestor, in front of a teacup already prepared. Ancestor Linghu said nothing. With a single-handed gesture, the teapot floated up, pouring half a cup of tea into Han Li's cup before gently returning to the table. The tea made here is quite good. Why not have a taste first? Ancestor Linghu said, glancing at Han Li with half-closed eyes. Han Li smiled, picked up the cup and took a sip. Indeed, it's quite good. A notch above ordinary spiritual tea, Han Li remarked calmly after tasting it. Haha, it seems Taoist Han also enjoys tea. I chose the right place for our meeting, Ancestor Linghu said leisurely, putting down his cup. You didn't invite me here just to enjoy this tea, did you? Speak directly, Han Li said straightforwardly, not interested in circling around. This ancestor, Linghu clearly recognized him, and Han Li had an inkling of his intentions. Since you're so straightforward, I'll be direct. Would you be willing to return to Yellow Maple Valley as an elder? Ancestor Linghu asked nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Return to Yellow Maple Valley. Han Li looked down at his teacup, showing no emotion. Regardless of past grievances, I'm not here to discuss them. I must tell you that I have little time left. In at most 20 years, I will pass away. If you return, Yellow Maple Valley will essentially be yours. You wouldn't still hold a grudge over a small matter from the past, would you? Ancestor Linghu said, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I let go of past grievances long ago. If I were in your position, I might have done the same. However, I've already joined the Falling Clouds sect and have no intention of rejoining Yellow Maple Valley. You should find someone else, Han Li replied, shaking his head and looking directly at Ancestor Linghu. I know you're now in the Falling Clouds sect, but there are still 2 elders there. Wouldn't it be better to have full control over a sect than to be constrained? Ancestor Linghu sneered. I'm not interested in power. I joined a sect only to find a suitable place for cultivation. I'm not concerned with authority, Han Li said with a faint, mocking smile. Ancestor Linghu's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. You might not realize how beneficial it is for cultivation to have control over a sect. Not only would you have access to rare herbs and materials without much effort, but your status in the cultivation world would also rise. Even if you're not interested in these, don't you care about your former sect? Without a nascent soul cultivator, Yellow Maple Valley could be destroyed overnight. Ancestor Linghu appealed emotionally. Herbs and materials are not lacking as an elder of Falling Clouds sect. As for status, I don't care. The rise and fall of sects are natural. Many long-established sects have disappeared. As for former comrades, everyone has their fate, and I won't interfere, Han Li replied indifferently. Han Li toyed with the jade slip in his hand, contemplating for a while. With a flash of blue light, the jade slip vanished. After discerning the direction, he took large strides away from the area. Traversing across more than half of Tian Tian City, Han Li arrived at a remote corner of the giant city, stopping in front of what seemed like an ordinary general store. A black wooden signboard hung on the door of the store, with the words Yu Hixuan elegantly written on it. Han Li observed it for a moment before walking in slowly. The inside was not large, just a small hall about 6 or 7 zhang wide, selling mostly talismans, raw materials, and other common items. There was also a small side door leading to the back hall. Facing the main entrance, a middle-aged man in a gray robe sat behind the counter, looking at a booklet as if reviewing accounts. With a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, Han Li could tell this man's cultivation was extremely low, only at the qi condensation stage. Moreover, his appearance was quite ordinary, someone easily overlooked in a crowd. Upon seeing Han Li enter, the middle-aged shopkeeper immediately stood up with a smile and hurriedly approached him. "Senior, what would you like to see? Our shop has all kinds of goods and will surely meet your needs," the shopkeeper said, using the standard pitch of all shopkeepers. Han Li smiled slightly, flipped his palm, and produced the green jade slip, which he handed directly to the shopkeeper. Upon seeing the jade slip, the shopkeeper's expression changed. He quickly put the jade slip away and respectfully asked, "May I know your esteemed name, Senior?" "Han," Han Li replied casually. "So it's really Senior Han. Our ancestor said you would come, but we didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Please follow me," the shopkeeper said respectfully, stepping aside to invite Han Li into the back hall. Han Li nodded and walked in without a word. To his slight surprise, the interior was like a warehouse, filled with various cabinets and boxes lining the walls, covering them completely. The middle-aged cultivator stepped forward, walked to a wooden cabinet, and lightly pressed a corner. Immediately, 2 adjacent cabinets separated, revealing a bare wall. To avoid alerting customers with the presence of restrictions, the mechanisms are all mundane, the shopkeeper explained as he led the way. Han Li remained indifferent, showing no surprise. The middle-aged man stepped on a green stone in front of the wall. With a creaking sound, the wall slowly parted, revealing a slanting, eerie passageway. "I do not have the qualifications to go further, so you will have to proceed on your own," the shopkeeper said with a smile, stepping aside. Han Li frowned, extending his spiritual sense into the passageway. He sensed faint spiritual energy fluctuations, but encountered a restriction further down. With his expertise in formations, he immediately recognized it as a simple spiritual perception barrier. Although he could forcibly break through, those inside would surely be alerted. Han Li hesitated. Although he believed the Tianji sect elder wouldn't be foolish enough to plot something under the watchful eyes of Tian City, he was wary of walking into an unknown, closed space for a meeting. Sensing Han Li's hesitation, those inside promptly removed the barrier blocking his spiritual sense. Han Li, realizing this was a gesture of trust, unhesitatingly scanned the interior, confirming it thoroughly. Surprised by what he found, he murmured, "So it's him. This should be interesting." Without further hesitation, Han Li stepped into the dark passage. The shopkeeper, seeing Han Li disappear into the passage, restored the entrance and the cabinets before returning to the front hall as if nothing had happened. The passage was long, leading several dozen zhang underground, clearly designed for secrecy. After walking for a while, Han Li saw a glimmer of white light ahead, indicating the exit. Quickening his pace, he entered a square stone chamber. The chamber was large, but empty, except for a few prayer mats. Facing the entrance, two men sat cross-legged on the mats, smiling at Han Li. Without a word, Han Li sat down on a prayer mat in a corner. "I never expected it to be you seeking me. Meeting you here is quite a surprise," Han Li said, smiling at one of the men. The man, wearing a blue robe and a high crown, smiled wryly. "Indeed, even I thought I was doomed. After we parted, I thought I had escaped, but they tracked me with a secret technique and caught up with me at the edge of the Mulan grasslands. Luckily, I encountered a group of high-level cultivators searching for us and escaped in the chaos. I will settle the score with those who attacked me later." This mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was none other than the Nanlong Marquis, who had escaped from pursuers during the treasure hunt. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull, clearly indicating significant damage to his vitality. The other person was the white-robed elder from Tianji sect, who had summoned Han Li. "I didn't expect Nanlong Marquis to escape under such circumstances. But why, instead of resting, did you urgently summon me, even disturbing my concubine? This leaves me perplexed," Han Li said, his smile fading, revealing a hint of displeasure. Nanlong Marquis explained, "You misunderstand, Han Taoist. I had no choice. You and I are both targets of those same people. I feared you might be unaware and fall into their trap. That's why I took this measure. And this is my life-and-death friend, Xuanji Zai of the Tianji sect. I originally wanted to invite him on our last treasure hunt, but he was occupied with sect affairs." Nanlong Marquis' attitude toward Han Li was much more respectful than their first meeting, partly because of Han Li's impressive feat of killing a nascent soul cultivator. Xuanji Zai smiled and bowed to Han Li, apologizing, "My actions were indeed offensive. I hope Taoist Han will not take it to heart." "Very well. Since there's a reason, I won't pursue it further. But was Nanlong Marquis referring to the jade box I took?" Han Li asked after waving off the apology. "You guessed correctly. Ghost Spirit Sect invested heavily to obtain a map and method to enter Demonic Valley from Kangkong Shangren. They are determined to get it. The item you have is essential for entering Demonic Valley, and only combined with the map in Nanlong Marquis' possession can it ensure safety in the valley," Xuanji Zai explained seriously. "The essential item. Are you talking about the black ring?" Han Li asked, surprised. "The two rings of yin and yang are indeed in Han Taoist's hands." "Excellent," Nanlong Marquis said, excitedly. "The two rings of yin and yang." Han Li mused, recalling something. His expression changed, and he asked in amazement, "The legendary artifact made from extraterrestrial meteorite by the mysterious yellow old man. It's said to have no powers usually, but can control the northern lights and kill without a trace when activated. It's quite an impractical treasure in the cultivation world." Taoist Han is well informed. "Yes, It's the two rings of yin and yang. The yin ring protects against the northern lights, and the yang ring controls the lights to attack. Kangkung Shangren used the yin ring to traverse the light zone in the valley. Although other methods and treasures can avoid the northern lights, they require many cultivators to set up a protective array or are lost and cannot be found, Nanlong Marquis explained. What do you mean? Han Li asked, considering the pros and cons as he looked at the two men. Simply put, Daeyuk Xuanji and I want to join forces with you once more. The three of us will venture into the Demon Fall Valley to retrieve the treasure. Once we find it, our strength will significantly increase, and we won't need to fear anyone anymore, said Nanlong Hu, his gaze flickering, his expression extremely calm. Han Li listened without immediately responding. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and silently stared at the two men across from him. Upon realizing that the black ring was the legendary Liangyi ring, he immediately recalled another ring he had obtained from his senior sister Nangong Wan. If he was not mistaken, that ring should be the other half of the pair, the Yang ring. It was quite unexpected that just as he had managed to gather both rings, he would quickly learn their purpose. Han Li silently chuckled to himself, feeling that it was quite the coincidence. From what Nanlong Daeyu said, you already have the method to enter Demon Fall Valley. But even with the help of the Liangyi ring, how confident are you that you can find the treasure and leave unscathed? Demon Fall Valley is reputed to be the most dangerous place in Tiannan, and that's no exaggeration. I don't wish to end up as someone who dies for wealth, like a bird for food, Han Li sighed, his words full of hesitation. Hearing this, Nanlong Hu and Xuanji Zai exchanged glances. After a moment, Nanlong Hu said solemnly, Since Daeyu Han has asked, I won't hide anything. According to Kang Kun Shangren's notes, Demon Fall Valley is indeed fraught with dangers. One could easily be sucked into the ever-changing spatial rifts, and many ancient restrictions are unpredictable. To be honest, I have 8 or 9 chances out of 10 to bring you into the valley safely. But when it comes to searching for the treasure, that's another matter. The more dangerous the area, the more likely it is to contain treasures. Neither I nor Kang Kun Shangren could say what we might encounter deeper in the valley. Kang Kun Shangren only explored the outskirts of the valley due to his severe injuries at the time. This suggests that the true treasures of the valley have remained untouched since the ancient times. As he spoke, Nanlong Hu's tone gradually took on a hint of temptation. Of course, if Daeyu truly does not wish to take such risks, you could sell the Liangyi ring to us. We have no shortage of spirit stones. But I must tell you, ancient cultivators left behind many miraculous pills. Acquiring them could mean reaching the late nascent soul stage is just a matter of time. Perhaps we could even uncover the secret of why cultivators disappear after reaching the divine transformation stage. Do they truly ascend to the legendary spirit world, or is there some other reason? This is a mystery long forgotten in the Tiannan cultivation world. Aren't you curious? Xuanji Zai interjected with a smile. Han Li's eyes sparkled with a keen light. After pondering for a while, he asked something that caught the two off guard. If I understand correctly, it seems you two are very eager for me to join this expedition. Could you explain why? After all, there are many nascent soul cultivators, so why insist on involving me? Hearing this, both Nanlong Hu and Xuanji Zai's expressions grew tense, and they appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nanlong Hu smirked bitterly and said, "Actually, even if you hadn't asked, I would have mentioned it. Apart from the restrictions and spatial rifts, there are several ancient beasts still alive in the valley. One of them is an ancient fire toad, which should have been extinct long ago. This fire toad, although lacking in intelligence, has lived for countless years and possesses an incredibly powerful sky fire. According to Kang Kun Shangren, this fire is far more potent than the nascent soul cultivator's infant flame. When I saw you use your blue cold flame that instantly froze the body of a nascent soul cultivator, I realized it was not an ordinary ice technique. It should be able to counter the fire toad." "What do you mean? Is the fire toad blocking your path into the valley?" Han Li asked, looking puzzled. "Not exactly. The fire toad is near the location of an ancient cultivator's remains. The area around these remains is quite safe, with no ancient restrictions or spatial rifts. However, the fire toad made its nest nearby. Kang Kun Shangren attempted to approach these remains, but had to retreat after a brief confrontation with the fire toad. Even so, he was poisoned by its fire and nearly didn't make it out alive," Xuanji Zai explained. "I see. So you want me to deal with this fire toad while you retrieve the treasure," Han Li murmured, smiling wryly. "Dealing with the fire toad is far safer than facing ancient restrictions and spatial rifts. With the right approach and your ice technique, it should be manageable. Moreover, we don't need to kill the toad, just distract it long enough to get the treasure. The ancient cultivator's storage bag should have enough treasures for all of us," Nanlong Hu added excitedly. "So, if we stick to dealing with the fire toad and avoid other areas, it should be relatively safe," Han Li mused. "With some luck, the treasures near the remains might be enough, and we won't need to take further risks," Nanlong Hu confirmed. "Even so, why not use the resources of the Tianji sect for this task? Surely it's better to rely on the power of an entire sect than to go alone. I doubt there aren't other cultivators skilled in ice techniques within your sect," Han Li said, smiling slyly. "Ahem, it seems Dayu doesn't know the power of the northern polar light. Even with the Liang-Yi ring, it can only protect 3 people. Adding one more would be too much. As for the Tianji sect, you should understand after what happened with the ghost spirit sect. How could I easily trust others? If not for your actions in the Mulan grasslands, helping me when you didn't have to, I wouldn't have asked you to join," Nanlong Hu said firmly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "So Nanlong brother trusts me more now. I feel truly honored," Han Li responded with a smile. "Dayu Han, we've told you everything. Shouldn't you make a decision now?" Xuanji Zai asked, staring intently at Han Li. "When do you plan to venture into Demonfall Valley?" "Soon," Han Li asked instead of answering directly. "No, the spatial rifts in the valley become relatively stable every 50 years, lasting for about a year. I observed it before entering the Mulan grasslands. The next stable period is at least 3 or 4 years away, giving us enough time to prepare, Nanlong Hu replied without hesitation. In that case, I need to think it over carefully. I'll give you a definite answer a year before the spatial stability period begins. Even if I decide not to go, I'll still lend you the Liang ring, Han Li said after some thought. Nanlong Hu and Xuanji Zai were naturally not satisfied with such an ambiguous response. But Han Li didn't want to make any rash promises. Unlike the other two, Han Li was still young and wasn't willing to take such a huge risk. They, on the other hand, were nearing the end of their lifespans and were willing to take any chance they had. Since Han Li promised to lend them the Liang ring if he didn't go, the two couldn't press further. After discussing some more details about Demonfall Valley, Han Li excused himself. Before leaving, Xuanji Zai gave Han Li a token, saying that it would allow any Tianji sect disciple to contact him. Han Li accepted the token without hesitation and left the underground stone room, returning to the surface shop. After the middle-aged shopkeeper courteously saw him off, Han Li stood on the street. He believed that not long after he left, the other two wouldn't stay there for long either, especially since Nanlong Hu was still severely injured and needed a safe place to recover his energy. Given the severity of his injuries, it was likely that Nanlong Hu wouldn't fully recover within a few years. He might even drop a level in his cultivation. Shaking his head, Han Li set aside the matter for now and leisurely headed back to his residence. Back in his attic residence, his senior brother Senior Lu and Fire Dragon Child were both in the hall on the first floor of the attic, while Mu Paling sat by the side as if she were the hostess. Seeing Han Li walk in, the woman immediately got up and said with some concern, "Young master, Senior Lu and Senior Lan have been waiting for you. Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. You can go upstairs and rest first. I'll have a chat with the two senior brothers," Han Li said with an unusual smile, gently. "Yes, young master." Mu Paling obediently bowed and went upstairs without saying another word. Han Li watched her figure as she left, very satisfied with her intelligence. But when he thought of Nangong Wan's matter, he couldn't help but sigh. "What's wrong? Junior brother Han seems to have some feelings for this girl," Lu Luo said teasingly, happy to see Han Li back. He, senior brother is joking. Senior Lu and Senior Lan are here for today's meeting, right?" Han Li smiled faintly and said calmly after sitting down beside them. "Junior brother Han is right. We've come for the matter regarding the Mu Lan people. We've already sent letters to the Alliance about this matter, and we've also informed other Taoist friends in the city. Most of them understand the principle of no eggs under the collapsed nest. They are willing to help the Nine Nations Alliance resist the Mu Lan people's vanguard before reinforcements arrive. Of course, compensation in the form of spirit stones for these Foundation establishment cultivators who will assist is inevitable. I don't think the Nine Nations Alliance would be stingy about this. After all, although the Mu Lan people are enemies of all cultivators, the Nine Nations Alliance is at the forefront, which is undeniable, Lu Luo said slowly. In that case, what else is there to discuss? Although I have just advanced, I will also do my best to resist the enemy, Han Li nodded, somewhat surprised. Friend Han, you don't know. Suddenly, there are rumors that both the righteous and demonic sides have joined forces and come to visit us. Senior Lan feels that there is some truth to it. We cannot be unguarded, Fire Dragon Child interjected, his face showing a hint of seriousness. What kind of rumors? Could it be that they are afraid that the Nine Nations Alliance will use this opportunity to weaken our three major forces? Han Li's eyes flashed a few times. Then he smiled lightly before saying somewhat mockingly, Ah, junior brother Han is indeed wise. However, it's unlikely that the Nine Nations Alliance would simultaneously deal with the three major forces. It's more likely that they would secretly unite with one or two factions and target one force. This is not what our Taoist alliance wants to see. Otherwise, even if the Mu-Lan cultivators are repelled, the cultivation world will not stabilize. Our alliance cannot let this happen. We cannot let the major forces in Tian Nan fall out of balance, Lu Luo said with a bitter smile after a moment of shock. Oh, do you mean that? Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly and asked casually. It's simple. Although the cultivators of the three major forces can temporarily listen to the commands of the Nine Nations Alliance, we cannot let them use this as an excuse to weaken our strength. We have briefly discussed with the 6 demon sects and the righteous cultivators, and we are prepared to discuss specific regulations tomorrow in the Great Hall. We must ensure that such a situation does not occur. At the very least, if the three major forces send out a certain number of high-level cultivators, the Nine Nations Alliance cannot keep their middle and elder-level cultivators hidden and refuse to send them out to meet the enemy. This requires you and other cultivators to speak up in support, Fire Dragon Child said calmly. No problem. I don't want to confront the law enforcers while fighting the lawbreakers, Han Li replied without hesitation. That's good. In addition to junior brother Han, we will also contact some other fellow Taoists. It won't be easy for the Beiyu sect and Hudi sect to oppose this matter. Hopefully, this war will end as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how many fellow cultivators will perish in Tian Nan? Lu Luo sighed deeply, as if feeling some emotion for a moment. With our cultivation base, as long as we are careful, we can protect our lives in the battle. Last time the Mu-Lan people invaded, Senior Lan killed many law enforcers. This time, it seems we will have another great battle, Fire Dragon Child chuckled coldly. There was a hint of killing intent on his face. Han Li was somewhat surprised at his words. Although this young-looking cultivator was only in the early Yuan Wying stage, he emitted much more killing intent than cultivators of the same level, indicating that he had taken the lives of many. Lu Luo and Han Li chatted a bit more about the specifics of the next day's meeting. After discussing some speculations about the sudden appearance of giant beasts and strange law enforcers, they bid farewell. As Han Li escorted the two to the door of the attic, Lu Luo hesitated for a moment and turned back to ask, Junior brother Han, how did your meeting with that old friend go today? As Senior Lu asked this question, his gaze focused on Han Li's face, as if trying to discern something from it. Nothing happened. We just reminisced about the past and talked about old times, Han Li replied calmly without blinking an eye. That's good. Then I can rest assured. Lu Luo heard this and felt relieved of most of his worries. He smiled and said a few more words to Han Li before leaving with Fire Dragon Child. Han Li stood at the door of the attic, watching the two enter another nearby attic, apparently contacting other cultivators. It seems that these two should have other positions in the Taoist alliance. Otherwise, why would they be sought after for both the council and the negotiations between the righteous and demonic factions? Han Li rubbed his chin, pondering silently. Then he turned around and entered his own attic. The next day's council meeting saw an increase in the number of Yuan Wying cultivators attending, with more than half of them participating. In addition to the elders of the righteous and demonic factions, there were also some eccentric independent cultivators. This caught the hosts of the meeting, Kung Peng from the Beiyu sect and Lady Qi from the Huyi sect, somewhat off guard. Regardless of whether the Nine Nations Alliance originally had other ideas, they were forced to agree to some conditions set by the cultivators. The most important of these was that whenever high-level cultivators were needed for a task, all four major forces had to send an equal number of personnel to participate, to prevent other forces from scheming against them and secretly undermining their strength. Afterwards, to Han Li's surprise, the Elder Council of the Taoist Alliance, composed of Yuan Wying cultivators, after receiving letters from Lu Luo and Fire Dragon Child, had a brief discussion and decided to send one Yuan Wying elder from each sect to support the Tiannan city. Of course, because of the long distance, these cultivators would take some time to arrive at Tiannan city. During this period, Lu Luo and the others who were already there would follow the orders of the Nine Nations Alliance to delay the advance of the Mulan people. To ensure fairness, once the reinforcements arrived, the cultivators who had already exerted themselves would be able to return to their sects without having to participate in the subsequent battles, and the support cultivators would take over their responsibilities. At present, whether it was Fire Dragon Child or Lu Luo, after some discussions at the council meeting, they all received their tasks and began to head towards the front lines for support. Han Li, along with two other Yuan Wying cultivators, accompanied by 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, were dispatched to support a critical location on the border of the Yu Kingdom, where a large prohibition array was stationed. This was a crucial point that must be defended against the invasion of the Mulan people. If such locations along the way were not thoroughly cleared, the Mulan forces would be restless and could not claim true control over the territory they occupied. Currently, the strength of the Nine Nations Alliance was not enough to engage in a decisive battle with the Mulan people. They could only rely on favorable geographical conditions and numerous prohibition arrays that had been painstakingly set up to delay the progress of the Mulan army. Otherwise, with the swift flying speed of high-level Mulan cultivators, they could reach Tiannan City from the battlefield in just over a month. The Mulan army had not yet reached the prohibition array that Han Li was going to support. However, the high-level cultivators stationed, there were only one Yuan Wying cultivator from the Nine Nations Alliance. Judging from the previous invasions by the Mulan people, having a Yuan Wying cultivator stationed there, along with the support of formation restrictions, should be enough to deal with a certain number of Mulan cultivators. However, with the sharp offensive of the Mulan cultivators today, it would be difficult for such a small force to resist. Accompanying Han Li on this journey were two cultivators of the same level. One was an old man named Ma from the Hao Ran Pavilion of the Righteous Tao Alliance. He was slim, lean, and had an appearance of a celestial being. The other was the green-robed old man, Gu Xiongpu, whom Han Li had seen in the hall that day. Although Han Li only saw a spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist, the faint aura emanating from it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, the spirit beasts inside were obviously not ordinary. Both of these individuals were at the early Yuan Wying stage, and there was naturally no distinction between them. Fearing that the Mulan army might attack the location before they arrived, the three of them quickly discussed and decided to leave behind the 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, while they themselves used their fastest escape techniques to rush ahead. They would allow the younger cultivators to catch up along the way. During the journey, the old man named Ma was quite talkative. He and Han Li exchanged a few words, giving the impression that they were not heading to face enemy cultivators, but rather were out for a leisurely stroll in the mountains. As for Gu Xiongpu from the Imperious Spirit sect, his face was gloomy, and he remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Han Li, on the other hand, wore a smile on his face, occasionally responding to the old man's words, giving them an air of civility. Moreover, both of them knew that Han Li had only recently advanced to the Yuan Wying stage, so they didn't attach much importance to Han Li's strength. Half a month later, on the top of Yellow Dragon Mountain near the border of Yu-Gi-Oh, in a palace-like building, a middle-aged man with a bald head paced anxiously in a hall, his face showing a hint of worry. After a short while, a streak of red light shot in from outside, hovering and dancing in the hall's ceiling. Seeing this, the man's expression changed, and he reached out to the red light, which turned into a blazing flame in his hand. As he immersed himself in the flame, his expression turned grim. After a moment of silence, the man, with a somewhat grim expression, suddenly reached into his chest and pulled out a green clock. Without hesitation, he tapped the clock with a thick finger. Dang, a pleasant bell rang throughout the hall, echoing far and wide. Soon, all around the top of Yellow Dragon Mountain, bells rang out, and various lights rose from the palace buildings. Practitioners of various attire rushed out and dispersed in all directions with trained efficiency. Shortly after, A thick green mist enveloped the surroundings of Yellow Dragon Mountain, turning the area into a mysterious green fog sea for tens of miles. At this moment, several more practitioners emerged from the hall where the bald man was. 3 men and 1 woman, all at the Foundation establishment stage. Among them were 2 men in their 30s who looked exactly alike, brothers. Another man wore Taoist robes and held a whisk, a middle-aged Taoist. The only female cultivator was petite, with exceptionally beautiful features. The 4 of them stood around the bald man, all wearing solemn expressions. Lufer, are the formidable forces of the law really coming so fast? Last time we received news, the group heading this way was still being blocked by Senior Boo. Did the heavenly wind and profound wave formation that Senior Boo guards have been broken in just 7 or 8 days? Did we make a mistake somewhere? The female cultivator asked hesitantly, her face full of disbelief. A mistake? I wish someone had made a mistake and sent a message. But this message was sent by Senior Boo himself, and he was seriously injured. The rooted cultivators, along with their pursuers, will soon arrive at our Yellow Dragon Mountain. There's no room for wishful thinking. We won't wait for reinforcements. We have to face the enemy alone. The bald man sneered, his tone ominous. Upon hearing this, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators could only exchange glances and reluctantly acquiesce. Just as the bald man issued several orders, instructing the 4 to act separately to prepare for the impending battle, a streak of red light suddenly shot in. This surprised the bald man and the others, arousing suspicion. Nevertheless, without hesitation, the bald man reached out and grabbed the message token. The flame flickered in his hand. He listened to the message within the token clearly, and his face showed an extremely strange expression. Lufer, what's wrong? Have the law forces arrived? The female cultivator finally couldn't help asking, her companions showing similarly tense expressions. No, our reinforcements have arrived. 3 Taoist friends at the nascent soul stage are outside the formation. Wrongling, the 4 of you, go out and meet the 3 seniors and bring them here. The bald man smiled, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and slowly spoke. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators rejoiced. They promptly bowed to Lufer and then left the hall to greet the 3 nascent soul cultivators. Outside the green mist sea, 3 figures floated in the sky, constantly examining the prohibition formation before them. These 3 were none other than Han Li and 2 other nascent soul cultivators who had rushed here day and night. Since they were about to rely on this formation to deal with Murin, the 3 remained silent after sending the message token, scrutinizing the mist. They wanted to discern its secrets. Before discussing the effectiveness of the formation, the endless mist, with its seemingly boundless expanse, gave off an extraordinary aura. Han Li, alone with his hands behind his back, looked at everything before him with fluctuating blue light in his eyes, his face showing a pensive expression. The 3 didn't wait long before a burst of white light emanated from the mist. After the mist churned for a moment, a clear passage appeared. However, the two surnamed Ma and Gu did not show any reaction, as if they hadn't noticed anything. One looked up at the sky in silence, while the other stared at the mist to the side without blinking, as if trying to discern something unusual. Only Han Li wore a faint smile on his face, looking calmly towards the passage. After a moment, 4 rainbows shot out from deep within the passage, and after the light faded, 3 men and 1 woman appeared before Han Li and the others. "Greetings, seniors. May I ask for your esteemed names?" The middle-aged Taoist, with a dignified demeanor, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Han Li and the others. "I am Han from the Loyun sect. These two are Senior Ma and Senior Gu from the Haoran Pavilion and the Yuling sect, respectively. There were originally 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators with us, but we left in advance fearing that we might delay the reinforcements. Now that the formation is open, is Murin about to arrive?" Han Li, seeing that the two did not speak, smiled and asked, taking the initiative. "So it's Senior Han. I am Kingsu Gate's Changyunzi. These two are Huangfeng Valley's brothers Murong and Lideoxiu of Huadeawu." The middle-aged Taoist hastily introduced the brothers and the charming young female cultivator behind him to Han Li. "Brothers Murong." Han Li's gaze swept over the brothers, almost identical, with a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Is Senior Nai doing well?" Han Li asked with a light smile. "Senior recognizes Senior Nai. We too haven't seen our seniors since we guarded this formation several years ago." Murong brothers were surprised when they heard Han Li's words, but they didn't show any impression of him. However, thinking about it now, after carefully examining Han Li again, the Murong brothers did feel a sense of familiarity. This made them look at each other in surprise. Whether you two remember or not doesn't matter. Let's discuss this later. Can we go in now?" Han Li tilted his head to look at the 2 Ma and Gu, neither affirming nor denying, and said indifferently, "Of course, please follow me, seniors. Master Lu is waiting in the hall." Changsu Zai was a little confused by the unexpected acquaintance between Han Li and the Murong brothers. Now hearing Han Li's words, he hurriedly agreed. Then the 4 of them led the way, and Han Li and the others flew into the mist. As Han Li and the others flew into the passage, it closed up again amidst the churning of the green mist. After a while, Han Li and the others arrived at the hall and met with Lufer. "Welcome, 3, to support the alliance here. Aren't these 2 Senior Ma and Senior Gu? Who is this young Taoist? Could you introduce him to me, Lufer?" The bald man, upon hearing Han Li's question, seemed unfamiliar with Han Li but recognized the 2 Ma and Gu. He greeted them warmly by name, as if he knew them. However, he showed curiosity towards Han Li, his gaze shifting over him with surprise before asking. It's not surprising that you don't recognize me, Lufer. Han is a recent success in forming his nascent soul. Your future is boundless." Senior Ma, upon seeing Lufer's reaction, didn't show any surprise. Instead, he chuckled and spoke. "Oh, I see. Han, I've never met you before, but regardless, I must." Han Li noticed the hint of surprise in Lufer's expression. but he remained silent, wearing a smile on his face without any sign of displeasure. Lufer continued to chat with Ma and Gu for a few moments about past events before turning serious and discussing the current precarious situation. Just in time, 3 fellow Taoists. I just received news that a group of cultivators has breached the defenses of the Tian Tai Valley guarded by Taoist Bu and is now heading this way. In half a day at most, the defeated cultivators from Tian Tai Valley will arrive here. It would be best for the 3 of you to go and assist. The bald man didn't beat around the bush and explained briefly before making his request. This is easily done, just a small matter. Leave it to me alone. Han Taoist and Brother Gu don't need to intervene. The elderly man named Ma appeared nonchalant and took all the responsibility. This surprised both Han Li and Gu Xiongpu. Don't be surprised. It's not that I want to take the credit, but rather, I obtained a rare treasure recently and want to test its power. Do you two have any objections? The old man stroked his beard, wearing a mysterious expression. He. If Senior Ma is so confident, then Brother Gu naturally won't interfere unnecessarily. Gu Xiongpu chuckled and replied lightly. Han Li just smiled quietly on the side. Very well, let Han Taoist and Brother Gu rest for a while. Senior Ma, I'll have Brother Murong accompany you. The 2 of them cultivate thunder-based spells, which are quite powerful. The bald man nodded in agreement after a brief consideration and arranged for the 2 siblings to accompany Senior Ma. This time, the elderly man didn't object, as having someone accompany him in this unfamiliar place would be beneficial. So, the elderly man from the Hayoran Pavilion and the Murong siblings set off immediately to assist the retreating cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance. Meanwhile, Han Li and Gu Xiongpu, led by the woman named Li and Master Chang Su, left the main hall to be given a place to rest. Along the way, Han Li parted ways with the elderly man. Led by the delicate female cultivator, Han Li arrived at a secluded and elegant small building. Elder Han, disciples are usually not allowed here. It should be the best place for quiet cultivation. Please rest here, Elder. The petite and pretty female cultivator gestured towards the building and stepped aside. It's indeed excellent. Han Li nodded, showing a hint of satisfaction on his face. Elder, is Senior Nai Wying all right? I haven't seen Senior Sister Nai for a long time. The woman didn't leave immediately, but hesitated for a moment before asking. How come you're also familiar with Senior Sister Nai? Han Li was a bit surprised and carefully examined the woman, asking calmly. Only then did Han Li notice that, although he was meeting this woman for the first time, there was something familiar about her delicate features, giving him a sense of acquaintance. Han Li's intense gaze made the woman somewhat uneasy. Although she felt annoyed inwardly, her face blushed. I had the honor to join the Huiling Pavilion, thanks to Senior Sister Nai's recommendation back then. How could I not be familiar? The petite woman lowered her head slightly and explained. Yingning, Li Yingning. Han Li listened warmly, unable to hide his surprise. How come, Elder, you've heard of me before? Li Yingning, hearing Han Li's unusual tone, couldn't help but raise her head, looking somewhat puzzled. What's your mother's name? And where was she from? Instead of answering her, Han Li took a deep breath and asked. My mother's name is Mo Yuju, and she was from the Yue Kingdom. Why do you ask, Elder? The woman hesitated for a moment, feeling that there was nothing to hide, and vaguely remembered something, so she replied. Is that spiritual communication jade pendant still on you? After a moment of silence, Han Li asked the question that made the woman's heart jump. She suddenly realized something. Yes, I've been keeping it with me since I was a child. The woman immediately replied, then, under Han Li's gaze, blushed and turned to search her chest. After a moment of searching, she took out a translucent jade pendant, holding it in her hands and turning back. Han Li glanced at it, waved his hand, and the jade pendant flew into his hand as if it had wings. After touching the smooth surface of the jade pendant with 2 fingers, Han Li sighed and showed a hint of melancholy on his face. After a while, he spoke again. I suppose you should know who I am now. How did your mother describe me to you? Han Li looked at the female cultivator again. This time, because he had a clue, he finally found a shadow of Mo Yuju in her face. Although the woman's appearance was slightly less beautiful than her mother's in her youth, upon closer inspection, she exuded a heroic and dignified aura. When my mother mentioned it back then, she didn't say much, just that it was a gift from one of her immortal friends. She didn't say much else. Over the years in the cultivation world, I've asked a few times about the jade pendant but never got any useful information. I never expected that the jade pendant was given by Elder, and Elder turned out to be a cultivator of the falling cloud sect. Li Yingning murmured, her face showing a mix of surprise and confusion. I joined the falling cloud sect only a few years ago, and I didn't practice in places like the Yue Kingdom before. It's normal that you didn't have any information about me. But how did you join the Huiling Pavilion? I wouldn't be surprised if you appeared in the Imperial Spirit sect. Han Li rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile. Why would it be surprising if I joined the Imperial Spirit sect? Li Yingning was puzzled when she heard this. Don't you know anything about your father's situation? Han Li was a little surprised at this. I don't know much about my father's situation. I was just a child when my family had an accident. My grandfather and father both passed away early. Only my mother took me away from the Yue Kingdom, and we wandered for a long time before settling down in the 9 Nations Alliance. The woman's expression became somber, and she forced a smile as she spoke. I see. It seems that it was mostly due to internal struggles in the demonic path that your parents met with misfortune. After all, the ruler of the Yue Kingdom now is not from the Imperial Spirit sect, but from the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators. Han Li nodded, seeming to understand. Internal struggles in the demonic path. The woman opposite him looked puzzled and confused. Seeing this, Han Li didn't intend to explain further. After handing the jade pendant back to her, he smiled slightly. You've had this spiritual communication jade for so many years. Naturally, I won't take it back. Back when I was in the mundane world, before entering the cultivation world, I was considered your mother's senior martial brother. In the future, you can call me Senior Martial Uncle Han. Senior Martial Uncle Han. Li Yingning hesitated for a moment, blinked her big eyes a few times, and then whispered softly, her face slightly blushing. But with the sudden appearance of an elder in the Yuanying stage, Li Yingning was extremely grateful after her initial shock, and even had a slight sense of joy. Since you've addressed me as Senior Martial Uncle, I can't just leave you empty-handed. Here are 2 bottles of pills, which should be useful for cultivators at the core formation stage to break through bottlenecks. Take them. Han Li showed a kind smile, flipped his hand, and produced 2 jade bottles, handing them to Li Yingning with a smile. For Han Li, helping an old acquaintance was not something he would hesitate to do. Currently, you're using what kind of magic treasure? Is it the flying knife that you summon? What materials were used to refine it? Han Li pondered for a moment before asking another question. That's right, it's that magic treasure. The flying knife was refined using blaze iron combined with mysterious crystal, making it quite powerful. Li Yingning was momentarily stunned, but then replied with a hint of confusion. In normal times, that flying knife should suffice. However, now that you might face cultivators, it might be a bit dangerous to rely solely on that treasure. Han Li shook his head. But, Senior Martial Uncle, even if you give me a new magic treasure now, I won't have time to refine it, Li Yingning said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell into contemplation, but after a moment, he slapped a storage pouch at his waist. A large group of 3-colored devouring gold bugs swarmed out, forming a cloud of insects the size of a meter above his head with a buzzing sound. Han Li's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. He pointed a finger at the insect cloud, and a small piece of the cloud broke off and flew out. Then he waved his hand, and a blue spell struck the fragment. The small group of devouring gold bugs condensed together under the blue light. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a 3-colored sphere the size of a fist, shimmering with light, and slowly descended into Han Li's hand. You keep this. It's a spiritual beast I painstakingly cultivated into form using these bugs. When you encounter formidable enemies, throw this sphere out. It should save your life. Han Li handed the sphere to Li Yingning with a solemn expression. With Han Li's gift, Li Yingning's last trace of doubt vanished. At this moment, she truly believed that Han Li's previous words were not unfounded. Otherwise, who would give such a precious gift without any connection? All right, you should go now. I need to meditate for a while. After everything was done, Han Li put away the remaining insect cloud and waved his hand to dismiss Li Yingning. After such a long journey without rest, his mana was not replenished, and he needed to recover. Senior Martial Uncle Han, please rest assured. If the army of cultivators arrives, I will definitely notify you, Li Yingning said with a hint of closeness in her words. Han Li sat cross-legged in a quiet room on the 2nd floor of the attic, his eyes closed tightly. His body emitted a lustrous azure light, and with 10 fingers forming a strange seal, a grape-sized purple flame floated gently between his palms, flickering incessantly. This was the demonic flame cultivated by Han Li, using the cold qi emitted by the dry blue ice flame and the six-winged frost centipede. This flame was obviously more powerful than the dry blue ice flame and was currently Han Li's greatest trump card. After discovering this flame, Han Li immediately converted every trace of dry blue ice flame he refined into this purple demonic flame, truly making it his own. And in order to distinguish it from the Asura sacred fire, Han Li named it the Purple Extremity Fire. He believed that even nascent soul stage cultivators would find it unbearable if they were tainted by this fire. As for whether it could kill nascent soul stage cultivators, Han Li had never truly witnessed a nascent soul stage cultivator making a move, so he couldn't predict it for the time being. Unfortunately, while the power of this fire was incredible, it was limited by the amount of dry blue ice flame he had refined. Currently, he could only control this much purple extremity fire. Otherwise, if the quantity of this extreme fire increased several times over, even openly confronting nascent soul stage cultivators would not be without a chance of victory. Congratulations, Master. It seems that the power of this purple extremity fire has increased by 3 points since I first saw it. It seems that there is still much potential to be tapped. Silvermoon's pleasant voice sounded in Han Li's mind, full of admiration. Han Li, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. Without saying a word, he opened his mouth, and with a single inhalation, the ball of purple extremity fire instantly turned into a thin thread of flame and was sucked into his abdomen. Only then did he release his 10 fingers and stop practicing the technique. Although this purple extremity heavenly fire is sharp, it's a pity that the quantity is too small. It's not enough to rely on completely. What I hope for most now is to open that void heaven cauldron. If the power of the artifact you mentioned is true, having this cauldron in hand should be enough to sweep through the southern region. By then, I'll truly have nothing to worry about in this realm. Han Li opened his eyes and said slowly, Master, rest assured, the power of the void heaven cauldron is indeed as I described, and it is absolutely superior. Silvermoon chuckled confidently. Han Li nodded and was about to say something when suddenly a white light shot in from outside. A crisp voice rang out from the white light. Elder Han, come to the main hall quickly. Senior Ma and the others have returned, and the Mulan people are about to arrive. As soon as this was said, after the white light circled once, it shot out of the quiet room. Han Li's face sank, and after a few flashes of cold light in his eyes, he got up and walked out. When Han Li arrived in the main hall, Gu Xiongpu and the bald man were already there. The elderly man surnamed Ma who had gone to meet them, as well as another slightly hunched, pale-faced cultivator in a brocade robe, were talking to the two. Murong brothers, Yingning, and others were standing next to two other unfamiliar Foundation establishment cultivators, listening with solemn expressions. But when Yingning saw Hanli come in, she glanced over and smiled sweetly. Friend Han also came. Let me introduce you. This is Bu Yun, the master of the Tian Tai Valley, and this is friend Han from the Falling Cloud sect. The bald man squeezed out a smile and introduced them with a relaxed tone. Seeing this situation, Han Li's heart sank slightly. It seems that the situation is even worse than I imagined. I've heard Brother Lu mention Brother Bu's name before. It's truly fortunate that you were able to escape unscathed. Han Li's mouth curved with a hint of kindness as he spoke politely. I'm truly embarrassed for appearing in such a sorry state before Brother Han. It was all thanks to friend Ma's assistance in receiving us. Otherwise, it would have been quite dangerous. Bu, whose surname Han knew from others, didn't show any surprise at Han Li's existence, but instead smiled bitterly and expressed gratitude to the elderly man. It was nothing, just a small effort. But those pursuers, they withdrew before I even made a move, which made me a bit frustrated. The old man chuckled and said, "This ancient treasure of yours is truly formidable. Its momentum was too astonishing. Those Mulan pursuers didn't dare to confront it head-on, naturally." Bu Yunyi sighed and showed gratitude towards the elderly man. Not at all, it was just a matter of raising my hand. But this time, the invasion of the cultivators is truly different from the previous few times. Not only are they much better trained, but they also brought with them ancient behemoths that are incredibly formidable. Not only do they have tough hides and thick flesh, but they are also equipped with armor and have enormous bodies. In addition, they are imbued with various strange prohibitions. Once they break into the main formation, it's only a matter of time before the formation is broken. Bu Yun, he said, with a lingering fear on his face. Could it be that even with your nascent soul cultivation base, you couldn't harm these behemoths? Han Li was taken aback at this and couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. Although he had known for a long time that this time the cultivator army had brought along behemoths unlike any other, the fact that they were so formidable still made him somewhat incredulous. With my cultivation base, coupled with the full power of my magic treasures, I could indeed injure these beasts. However, at the time, I was attacked by two high-level cultivators in cooperation, and I was completely distracted. That's why the main formation was broken by the behemoths. Brother Lu has reinforcements from friend Ma here, so it shouldn't be as easy to lose as my Tian Tai Valley. Bu Yun thought for a moment, and his expression softened. Brother Bu, how many high-level cultivators are there in this group of cultivators? If there are not many, the 5 of us nascent soul cultivators can join forces to strike, catching them off guard. Even if we can't kill 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators, injuring them severely would be good too. Gu Xiongpu suggested gloomily. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Brother Gu. Although I haven't personally fought each of them, besides the 2 high-level cultivators who appeared, I've seen another person. He didn't make a move, but his aura was extremely strange. He might truly be some kind of freak. Besides these three, I can't be sure if there are any other high-level cultivators hiding. Bu Yun sighed and said, not looking too optimistic. I see. Let's first assess the opponent's strength. If they are too strong, we'll rely on the main formation to confront them. After all, our current task is just to buy some time for the reinforcements. The bald man nodded in agreement. Han Li and the elderly man named Ma had no objections. Therefore, the bald man first asked the core formation cultivator, Chang Su, to take Bu Yun to a quiet room for healing. Then he instructed the other cultivators, including Enning Wying, to arrange for the injured disciples of the Tian Tai Valley, and immediately ordered to increase the manpower guarding the main formation. Seeing that Brother Liu was organizing everything in an orderly manner, Han Li silently nodded in approval. It seems that it's not unreasonable for the Nine-Nation Alliance to have him guard this place alone. Just then, a rumbling drum sound echoed from afar, gradually becoming louder and louder, like thunder on a clear day. The faces of everyone in the hall changed. It seems that the Mulan people are in a hurry. We've just returned, and they're already on our heels. The elderly man surnamed Ma's face was frosty, his eyes filled with killing intent. Good. Let's meet them first and see if there are any formidable characters among their group of cultivators. This time, the three of you will have to trouble yourselves. You two will also come with us. After all, you've fought them before, so you can give us some advance warning of their sinister tricks. The bald man first clasped his fists at Han Li and the others, then turned his head and instructed the two Foundation establishment cultivators who had retreated with Bu Yun. The two of them, one with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the other with a horse-faced, gloomy expression, glanced at each other. Then they immediately agreed with clasped fists. As for Han Li at this moment, he looked towards the direction where the drum sound was coming from, his face expressionless, his thoughts unknown. To the south of the Yellow Dragon Mountain, a large group of Mulan cultivators, riding various strange flying magical treasures, were neatly arranged in the sky, overlooking a vast expanse of blue-green misty sea below. At the forefront of the cultivator army, a dozen or so people stood side by side. Various spiritual lights and treasures flickered on their bodies, indicating their extraordinary status among the Mulan cultivators. Among these people, three stood out the most. One was enveloped in red light, with a strange snake of fire about the size of a bowl coiling around his body, looking ferocious and terrifying. Another was extremely thin and tall, resembling a bamboo pole that seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The third person wore a black robe, concealing his face, but his entire body emitted a strange black aura, and faint ghostly cries emanated from his robe, making people shiver uncontrollably. In fact, even among the other cultivators, they gathered around the other two, while the black-robed cultivator stood alone in front of the group, as if he were not one of them. The gazes of the other cultivators towards the black-robed man were also evasive, filled with awe. However, upon closer inspection, One could see a hint of disgust mixed within the awe. Two other high-level magicians huddled together and whispered something, seemingly discussing how to break the formation. After a moment, the two finished their discussion. The exceptionally tall magician swayed and, enveloped in a burst of green light, arrived beside the black-robed figure. Master Tianku, it seems it's starting. The formation here seems even more formidable than the previous one. And I've heard there are quite a few nascent soul cultivators here, so it might take some time, the nascent soul magician said with a smile, exceedingly polite. We don't need to take action first. They are about to come out. Let's see how the cultivators here fare before making a move. The black-robed cultivator shook his head. His voice was hoarse, harsh, and somewhat unclear, as if he had no tongue, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. But as soon as these words were spoken, the thin and tall magician was startled, quickly looking towards the direction of the mist sea, apparently very convinced by the black-robed figure's words. Sure enough, the mist sea, which had been motionless below, began to churn and roll violently. Suddenly splitting in two, it revealed a passage several dozen feet wide. Then, numerous beams of light shot out, circling above the mist sea, revealing several figures, including Han Li and others. Under the suggestion of the bald man, this time they didn't bring any low-level cultivators. Apart from the two foundation establishment cultivators from the far heaven peak, there was only the Taoist from the rushing void sect accompanying them. After Han Li and the others settled down, Han Li's gaze swept over the large group of magicians above. The dozen or so leading magicians naturally caught his attention, especially the sinister and eerie black-robed figure, which made Han Li's eyes shrink involuntarily. The first impression this person gave him immediately reminded him of Xuan Bone, who had died at his hands. Could it be that this person truly practiced ghost cultivation? Han Li's heart trembled, becoming vigilant. Before the person possessed by Xuan Bone's soul also emitted a chilling yin aura full of ghostly energy, but there seemed to be some difference in the aura of this person. Han Li couldn't explain the specific difference for a while. Just as Han Li and the others were watching above, the magicians there suddenly became restless. After a while, the magician entwined by the strange python transformed into a huge fireball and shot down. Seeing this, the bald old man and the others all stared coldly without speaking. No one showed any panic. As long as this magician wasn't deliberately seeking death, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative alone. Indeed, under the unfriendly gaze of the cultivators, the huge fireball stopped at a height of 50 to 60 zhang above them. However, even from such a distance, the burning flames still made everyone frown, secretly shocked. I am Kaiao, the great master of the fire department. Now that you've come out, are you planning to test each other's abilities first? How do you plan to test? One-on-one or a free-for-all regardless of numbers? A faint figure in the fireball swayed a few times, and a thunderous voice suddenly came out, resonating as if it shook the nearby space, making the nearby cultivators' expressions change slightly. One-on-one. Life and death are up to fate. The bald old man stared at the figure in the fireball, his voice cold without hesitation. Haha, good, this is exactly what this master wants. This master will be your first opponent. Who will go first? The person in the fireball burst into laughter, shamelessly challenging. The bald old man and the others naturally became angry. The old man surnamed Ma's face sank, and his face turned into a white light flying out. Seeing this, the big bald man hesitated for a moment and did not speak to stop him, tacitly agreeing to let the old man surnamed Ma fight first. After all, in his mind, among the 4 nascent soul cultivators who came out, except for Han Li, the newly advanced cultivator, the other 3 couldn't say whose abilities were greater. Seeing the big fireball in the sky, Han Li couldn't help but look at it a few more times. With a slight movement in his heart, blue light flashed in his eyes, and his face suddenly showed a strange expression, but then he quickly returned to normal. At this moment, the old man surnamed Ma in the sky pinched his hands, and a soft white light appeared on his body. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and a silver light the size of a walnut spouted from his mouth, swelling in the wind, turning into a silver-white ruler. With a slight tremor, the ruler emitted 1,000 illusions, and its clear sound was like a phoenix singing in the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the person named Kayao in the fireball, instead of his initial arrogance, did nothing, just folded his arms and looked at each other coldly in the firelight, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. The old man surnamed Ma, upon seeing this, became extremely annoyed. With a cold snort from his nose, he was about to take the initiative. But at this moment, he heard a faint voice in his ears, almost inaudible but exceptionally clear. The old man surnamed Ma was first startled, then surprised, looking down. His gaze swept across the several people watching the battle below, and finally fell on Han Li. A strange expression appeared on his face. Han Li smiled lightly at this. The old man surnamed Ma was puzzled at first, then raised his head suspiciously, looking at the strange python on the opposite side, his face gradually becoming serious. Is the fire python on your body not an ordinary spirit beast? The old man surnamed Ma looked at Kayao with a solemn expression and asked, you do have some insight. The fire python on my body is condensed from the essence of heaven and earth fire. How can it be compared to any spirit beast? Kayao in the firelight was slightly stunned, but then he smiled ferociously. Then his body shook, and the fire python on his body emitted a bright red light, suddenly flying up, and in the red light grew a single horn on its head, and sharp claws on its belly, transforming into a red phosphorescent fire dragon, roaring fiercely above Kayao's head. Fire spirit transformation. The big bald man below was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. The bald man surnamed Gu beside him also had an unsightly expression. The old man surnamed Ma's heart sank even more. The opponent's mastery of fire attribute techniques had reached the level of refining fire spirits. This was something that ordinary nascent soul cultivators couldn't achieve. It seemed that they were going to face a tough battle. Thinking of this, the old man surnamed Ma's original intention to use only 70% of his strength disappeared without a trace. Instead, he took a deep breath, flicked his sleeve, and a 5-colored light flew out from his sleeve, hovering a few feet in front of him, suspended in midair. Immediately, all the cultivators below, as well as the magicians in the distance, looked over curiously. After all, any treasure that could emit a 5-colored aura was likely not an ordinary treasure. Hanley also narrowed his eyes, gazing at the object. The object was slender and round, several feet long, and of a pale yellow color. The old man surnamed Ma solemnly recited an incantation, causing the object to slowly unfurl towards Kyle opposite him. As a result, inside was a seemingly ordinary Bagua diagram. At this moment, everyone was stunned. However, just then, the old man surnamed Ma used a seemingly simple spell on it. The scroll emitted a brilliant 5-colored light, and an astonishing wave of power burst forth from the diagram. Seeing this, Kyle on the opposite side seemed to realize that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he pointed at the old man surnamed Ma with his finger. The fire dragon coiled around his head, opened its mouth wide, and boundless flames spewed out endlessly, instantly engulfing the old man surnamed Ma and the Bagua diagram in a sea of fire. The bald big man and the others below did not show any signs of worry. They knew that since the cultivator surnamed Ma had taken out that scroll to confront the enemy, it couldn't just be for show. It must have some effect. Indeed, in the center of the sea of fire, the old man surnamed Ma chanted an incantation with his hands, causing the scroll in front of him to unfurl horizontally. Then, with a flash of white light and a loud gust of wind, a white pillar of mist surged from the Bagua diagram, spreading out over 10 yards around. The surrounding flames were swept in by the pillar like a broken bamboo, and in an instant, the sea of fire was reduced by half. With a roar from the old man surnamed Ma, a silver rainbow shot out from the pillar of wind, heading straight towards Kyle on the opposite side, ignoring the fire dragon above his head. It seemed the old man surnamed Ma was also very clear that as long as Kyle was injured, the fire dragon, which was connected to his mind, would naturally lose much of its power. Kyle's expression remained unchanged, though his mouth twitched slightly. He raised one hand, and a red flying knife shot out from his palm, turning into a red light that met the silver rainbow. The flying knife was crystalline and bright red, dazzling to the eyes. It intercepted the silver rainbow in midair, and the two clashed violently. Red and silver light intertwined, making it difficult to determine the upper hand for the moment. Seeing this, Kyle's eyes flashed coldly. He flipped his hands, revealing 2 small red flags about an inch long. He raised the flags into the air, and with a Zila sound, they expanded with the wind, becoming as tall as a man. As Kyle chanted an incantation, The flags glowed red, and two thick fire pillars shot out from them, converging above the fire dragon's head. A large fire cloud began to form and condense. Go! Kayao stopped chanting and spat out a mouthful of red essence, which landed on the fire dragon. The fire dragon, revitalized, roared and dove into the fire cloud. The fire cloud churned and quickly diminished as the fire dragon devoured it. In the blink of an eye, the fire cloud was completely consumed, and the dragon's size increased rapidly, growing to over 10 yards long. Its head became as large as a house, with exposed fangs and a terrifying appearance. At this moment, the white whirlwind and the surrounding sea of fire disappeared, revealing the elderly man. The old man, surnamed Ma, holding the Bagua diagram, coldly glanced at the enormous fire dragon and, without a word, tossed the scroll upward. It turned into a ray of light, shooting high into the sky and disappearing into the clouds, seemingly flying out of this world. Kaya was taken aback by this. But in that moment of hesitation, there was a surge of unusual spiritual energy above his head. Then, strands of 5-colored spiritual light descended from the sky, and a massive Bagua diagram appeared in the glow, covering an area of several dozen yards. It descended unceremoniously. Kayao's face changed dramatically. Without thinking, he pointed at the fire dragon. The giant dragon raised its thick neck and spat out a red beam of light at the bottom of the Bagua diagram. The massive diagram paused slightly, but continued to descend as if nothing had happened. Kayao's face turned pale. He rubbed his hands together and threw them up, releasing countless fist-sized fireballs that swarmed toward the sky. Seeing this, Hanley's heart stirred. These were not fireballs from talismans, but were instantly cast by his own cultivation. It seemed that the techniques of these wizards were indeed extraordinary and far more practical in combat than ordinary 5-element spells. As Hanley pondered, the numerous fireballs hit the bottom of the giant diagram like meteors, but had no effect. The enormous Bagua diagram continued to fall rapidly, covering Kayao and the fire dragon below. The spectators could only see the giant diagram slowly rotating in the air, unable to see what Kayao was doing inside. The old man surnamed Ma did not show any joy at this, but instead his face turned grim. He sat cross-legged, hands forming incantations. His body glowed with a soft white light radiating brilliance. At the same time, the giant diagram responded, emitting a burst of light and producing thunderous sounds. The Bagua diagram flickered, its spiritual light flashing. Mr. Tianku, is Master Ku inside okay? If there's any danger, we don't have to adhere to this one-on-one duel. We can all rush in and rescue Master Ku from inside. I never expected this nascent soul cultivator to have such a strange, ancient treasure, the tall, thin wizard said worriedly to the black-robed man beside him. No need to worry. This ancient treasure, Tai Xuan Bagua diagram, is indeed formidable, but the cultivator using it hasn't truly mastered its use. He's just relying on its immense spiritual power to trap the enemy. This way, he won't be able to hold Master Ku for long. Such a crude use of the diagram consumes a lot of his own magical power. This man is really foolish, but it's no surprise. In such a remote place, who would know the proper way to use such a rare ancient treasure? The black-robed man laughed strangely and spoke disdainfully. Hearing this, the tall, thin wizard felt relieved and abandoned his plan to command the other wizards to attack together. Meanwhile, the bald big man and others watching below had mixed expressions of joy and worry. At first, they were excited to see the Bagua diagram trap the opposing wizard. But later, when they heard the strange sounds from the diagram and saw the old man surnamed Ma sitting solemnly, they realized the duel was not over and felt slightly disappointed. The old man himself was inwardly distressed. He had obtained this treasure not long ago and had only used it against cultivators at the core formation stage before. Once they were trapped inside, they had no power to resist and were easily killed by activating the diagram's restrictions. But Kaio, trapped in the diagram, could temporarily resist the thunderous attacks with his abilities and kept urging the giant fire dragon to attack the diagram's restrictions. This forced him to continuously pour spiritual energy into the diagram to stabilize it. The battle in the sky quieted down, except for the faint, thunderous sounds from the glowing diagram. The spectators fell silent. The bald big man and the others grew more worried. Han Li stood alone, looking up with an expressionless face, but he was communicating with Silvermoon in his mind. This Ma fellow is really wasting such a treasure, using the Tai Xuan Bagua diagram like this. You know, this is a powerful ancient treasure, not inferior to the purple ember cage. Silvermoon clicked its tongue, seemingly regretting that the diagram was being misused. Tai Xuan Bagua diagram. You know this ancient treasure? Han Li asked, his face remaining stoic but transmitting his question. Of course, this Bagua diagram is quite famous from ancient times. However, this one seems to be a crude version. Otherwise, even without its full power, it could trap the opponent to death. A genuine top-grade Bagua diagram wouldn't consume so much magical power, Silvermoon quickly replied. If even a crude version is this impressive, what must a top-grade diagram be like? By the way, you mentioned the purple ember cage isn't inferior to this. Does it also have specific usage techniques? Han Li pondered and asked. The purple ember cage isn't that complicated. Just infuse it with spiritual energy. The restrictions and the true sun fire on it can be mastered with practice, Silvermoon replied with a light laugh. Hearing this, Han Li fell silent, his gaze flickering as he looked back at the sky. After just a few glances, his brow furrowed as he sensed something was wrong. A thunderous explosion came from the diagram. The Bagua diagram in the sky suddenly twisted and shook, and countless red beams shot out in all directions, leaving it tattered and full of holes. As the spectators watched in shock, another loud noise came from a corner of the diagram. A mass of flames shot out, soaring over 10 yards high before the fire dissipated, revealing Kyle, whose face was as red as blood, standing on the shrunken fire dragon, looking exhausted. On the other side, the old man surnamed Ma looked no better, his face pale and eyes hollow. But the old man gritted his teeth and beckoned to the tattered diagram, which flashed with light and shot into the sky. Moments later, the diagram reverted to a scroll and fell back into his hands. The old man's face turned ashen as he looked at the scroll. The object in his hand was riddled with holes, resembling a sieve, and was clearly beyond repair. What a pity! If Brother Qiu Yao hadn't been in such a hurry to come out and had held on a bit longer without using his fire spirit essence, that cultivator would most likely have withdrawn the array due to a lack of magic power. Now, Brother Qiu Yao has also lost a considerable amount of his essence. Neither of them can gain the upper hand, the man in the black robe said regretfully. The tall, thin mage was stunned upon hearing this, looked down, and his face showed a hint of understanding. The old man with the surname Ma's face alternated between green and white. Despite his reluctance, he put the scroll into his storage bag and glared viciously at Qiu Yao. Seeing the old man's expression, Qiu Yao snorted coldly, stomped on the fire dragon beneath him, and flames surged around his body, red light reappearing. Master Qiu, stop. How about calling this duel a draw? Both of you have exhausted your magic power. Continuing to fight will yield no result. The tall, thin mage suddenly shouted from high in the sky, addressing the bald, eyebrowless man and the other cultivators from Tiannan. The bald man was a bit surprised upon hearing this, but after exchanging a glance with Gu Xiongpu, he nodded in agreement. Fine, let's end it here. Hearing the tall, thin mage and the bald man's words, the old man with the surname Ma, despite his unwillingness, knew that continuing the fight would be futile. He had no choice but to fly back. Qiu Yao, equally frustrated, retracted the fire dragon and flew back into the sky with hatred. When the old man returned, the bald man comforted him with a few words, which slightly eased the old man's expression. However, at that moment, the man in the black robe and the tall, thin old man whispered a few words to each other. The black-robed man then floated down lightly, stopped at the site of the recent battle, and scanned the cultivators with a gloomy gaze. This time I will be your opponent. Let me make this clear. This battle is to the death. Don't expect anyone to suddenly stop the duel, the black-robed man said hoarsely, his eyes flashing with contempt. The black-robed man's arrogant words naturally angered the bald man and Gu Xiongpu, but they did not dare to rashly step forward and accept the challenge. After all, they knew that the two nascent soul cultivators who had previously died were killed by this unknown mage. No matter how confident they were, they hesitated when it came to their lives. Let me face him, Han Li suddenly said calmly. Ah, you want to go. Be careful, Han. If anything goes wrong, the three of us will step in to help. The bald man was initially stunned, but then secretly sighed in relief. Outwardly, he expressed concern. Han Li smiled slightly and said nothing more. With a flash of blue light, he soared into the sky. In an instant, the blue rainbow reached the black-robed man, and the light dissipated. Han Li stood there with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. The black-robed man's eyes flickered as he sized up Han Li, gradually turning cold. His eyes began to change from black to green, looking extremely eerie. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly asked, "Are you a demon or a ghost?" "Hey, do I not look human to you?" The black-robed man sneered instead of getting angry, as black mist began to emanate from his body, accompanied by ghostly wails. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a ghostly domain. "So you're human. That's good. It seems you're a demonic cultivator practicing ghostly arts." Han Li exhaled softly, his expression unchanged. "HMPH, you talk too much, youngster. Stop probing my secrets. Once I kill you, you won't have to think about anything anymore," the black-robed man said hoarsely, his body enveloped in black mist, making his figure indistinct. "I have no patience for this. Hand over your life now," the black-robed man sneered from within the mist, his figure suddenly expanding to twice his size. In an instant, he transformed from an ordinary-looking person into a giant over 2 meters tall. Although obscured by the mist, his clothes were torn, revealing faint horns on his head and tusks protruding from his mouth. No wonder many believed these unknown mages were transformed beings. A flash of blue light appeared in Han Li's pupils, as he clearly saw the demonized giant's appearance. "What is this?" Han Li was surprised for the first time upon seeing the demonized giant, as its appearance was identical to one of the illusions from the 6 Extremes True Demon art he encountered when fighting the 6 Tao sect's heir. "What is your relationship with the 6 Tao sage?" "What 6 Tao sage? Don't think you can delay time with nonsense. Prepare to die." The giant was initially stunned, but then sneered and waved his hand in the black mist. A black object shot toward Han Li, disappearing into thin air after leaving the mist. Seeing this, Han Li's face darkened, and he swiftly moved back several feet. At the same time, a large green ghostly claw suddenly appeared where he had stood, swiping through empty air. The giant was surprised to see his attack miss. "Indeed, although you practice a demonic art rather than ghostly arts, your attack methods are similar to those of a ghostly cultivator. If someone mistook you for a ghostly cultivator, they would likely suffer greatly," Han Li said calmly, gazing at the ghostly claw. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the giant's figure paused, staring coldly at Han Li in silence. But at that moment, Han Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he moved sideways several feet. Another green ghostly claw silently swiped through where he had stood. The giant could no longer remain silent and asked, "You've dodged my ghost yin claw multiple times. Have you encountered a real ghostly cultivator before?" "Of course, otherwise, how could I dodge so easily?" Han Li replied with a half-truthful smile. "HMPH, you indeed have seen much, but it doesn't matter. Even if you know I'm using demonic arts, so what? Under the power of my heavenly demon art, your death is imminent, the giant said coldly, unwilling to speak further, and suddenly howled sharply. The howl was piercing, capable of shattering metal and stone. Han Li's expression turned serious as he saw the black mist spinning rapidly like a storm. A powerful demonic aura burst forth, and a large black shadow shot out from the black wind, creating a series of afterimages as it reached Han Li. The black shadow moved its arms slightly, and a barrage of blue-black claws rained down on Han Li, intending to slice him into pieces. Han Li took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Instead of dodging, he clapped his hands and raised them. Thunder roared, and a golden lightning net appeared above Han Li, fearlessly meeting the claws. The black shadow was momentarily stunned, but continued to attack, confident that ordinary lightning couldn't harm him. In his mind, this seemingly knowledgeable cultivator would soon be dead. Just as the black shadow thought this, he felt a sudden heat in his claws, followed by an indescribable pain. Golden lightning broke through the claws and enveloped him. Golden lightning? No, this can't be. Is it? The black shadow remembered a warning from the elder who taught him the demonic art. Golden lightning was one of the few things that the heavenly demon art feared most. He had been so invincible in his tier that he had forgotten this warning. The black shadow's face turned purple with fear, but he didn't give up. He shouted, his body rapidly shrinking to a 3-foot-tall dwarf trying to escape. However, just as he delayed for a moment, a muffled sound rang out. The dwarf's body swelled and contracted before exploding into countless black threads, shooting in all directions. A cold gleam flashed in Han Li's eyes as his hands controlling the golden arcs suddenly shook. The golden light burst out, and the electric net shattered. Countless arcs of electricity leaped and darted, forming a net of light even more densely packed than before. In an instant, it shrank rapidly. As a result, when the black threads shot out, they inevitably collided with the golden arcs. A loud sizzling sound echoed. Under the fierce assault of the golden arcs, the black threads turned into countless wisps of black smoke, rising within the net, accompanied by occasional agonized wails, extremely ghastly. The black threads then recoiled fearfully back to the center of the net, converging into a pitch-black, shiny, eerie infant, its face full of horror and fear. It then opened its mouth, spraying out jets of inky black yin energy, which quickly enveloped it layer upon layer, desperately trying to fend off the rapidly approaching divine lightning. Han Li's expression remained indifferent, a mocking smile flashing across his lips. The golden arcs in his hands suddenly grew 3 times thicker, the electric arcs dazzlingly bright, making it hard to look directly at them. The screams within the electric light intensified, but gradually diminished amidst the thunderous roar, becoming completely silent after a few moments. Seeing this, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, the golden arcs wrapped around a pitch-black storage pouch and drew it into his hand. He then looked up at the sky expressionlessly, his figure slightly blurred. After a flash of azure spiritual light, he transformed into a streak of green rainbow, flying back. From the moment Han Li and the black-robed man exchanged a few words to when Han Li unleashed the divine lightning to eliminate his opponent, the entire process took only a blink of an eye. Not only were the bald man and the old man surnamed Ma below stunned, but even the tall, thin mage and Ku Yao, the two Mulan Grand Masters above, were also dumbfounded, unable to believe what had just happened. The cultivators of Tian Nan did not know the black-robed man's background, but they knew quite a bit. These mysterious cultivators came from a vast empire on the other side of the Mulan Prairie. Although they did not know why these people suddenly came to the Mulan Prairie, or what conditions they had agreed upon with the Mulan Prairie's grand sorcerers, it was undeniable that these individuals' cultivation methods and abilities far surpassed those of cultivators of the same rank in Tian Nan's cultivation world. Even before the real battle had started, two nascent soul cultivators from Tian Nan had been killed by them. This greatly impressed the two Mulan Grand Masters with the black-robed men. Thus, the second duel was arranged to let the black-robed man take the stage, thinking that eliminating or severely injuring one of the nascent soul cultivators guarding the restriction array would be best. Who would have expected that a seemingly ordinary young cultivator would suddenly appear, eliminating the black-robed cultivator in just a few moves? The nascent soul didn't even escape. This shocked the two Grand Masters immensely. The tall, thin mage and Ku Yao finally regained their composure. After a startled glance at each other, they hesitated, unsure whether to continue sending people to challenge or to command their mages to swarm forward. Just then, a few faint words reached their ears, almost inaudible. "Their momentum is lost. Retreat for now. We will return tomorrow. By then this array may already be. Heh. As for the death of Tian Ku, it may be troublesome, but I will explain it to the grand sorcerers." The voice, neither male nor female, carried an undertone of command. The tall, thin mage and Ku Yao were initially startled, but quickly followed the order, turning around to shout commands to the mages behind them. After some commotion, the mages did not raise any objections and began to retreat slowly, the front line becoming the rear. The two Grand Masters naturally brought up the rear. Just before they left, they cast a few sinister glances at the cultivators, particularly giving Han Li a vicious stare before turning to leave. "Shall we pursue them?" Gu Xiongpu asked hesitantly, watching the retreating army of mages. "Forget it. The Mulan people have retreated but not been defeated. If we charge forward recklessly, we might end up getting trapped. It's better to rely on the array and wait for them. The thousand-sound illusory array of Huanglong Mountain is not so easy to break. Even if the Mulan people manage to take it down, it won't be without losing at least half of their mages." The bald man pondered for a moment, then shook his head. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Han Li beside him. The scene of Han Li killing the black-robed man was too unexpected. When Han Li flew back, The cultivators were momentarily at a loss for words. As the bald man looked over, Han Li's expression remained calm. He put away the black storage pouch he had been playing with and smiled slightly at everyone. Initially, Han Li's smile didn't seem unusual, but after witnessing him kill a nascent soul cultivator, it now gave everyone a profound and mysterious feeling. Any slight contempt they might have held for him vanished completely. This time, fellow Taoist Han, you killed a high-level mage in one stroke. Truly commendable. I will definitely report this to the Alliance. The Alliance will surely reward you generously. The bald man smiled and congratulated Han Li. The old man surnamed Ma and Gu Xiongpu also reacted, smiling and offering praise. However, their attitudes towards Han Li had subtly changed, their words tinged with newfound respect. Han Li seemed oblivious to the change, remaining courteous and polite. However, as he spoke, he glanced at one of the people a couple of times, a faintly mocking smile appearing on his lips when no one was looking. After the army of mages disappeared, the bald man used a spell to open a passage through the sea of mist. The group quickly entered and disappeared, the entrance closing behind them. Peace returned to the vicinity of Huanglong Mountain, leaving only the endless green mist, silent and still. Back in the main hall, Han Li and the others had little to say. After briefly discussing the day's battle, everyone left to rest, especially the old man surnamed Ma, who needed to recover his strength and repair his destroyed treasure. Soon, the main hall was empty, except for the bald man. He sat in the main seat, head bowed, deep in thought. After a while, his eyebrows twitched, and a flash of surprise crossed his face. He shouted softly, "Who's there? Come out." He, Brother Lu, your cultivation is indeed profound. I had just entered, and you already sensed me. No wonder the Nine Nations Alliance has you guarding this place. A figure appeared at the hall entrance, smiling. It's you. Why are you back hiding your presence? The bald man frowned, his face puzzled. Nothing much. I just discovered a secret that I thought I should discuss with you, the person said, stepping forward. A secret? What secret? The bald man looked the person up and down, puzzled. Fellow Taoist Han of the Loyun sect is likely a spy for the Mulan people. The person declared without hesitation, slowly approaching. A spy? Have you lost your mind? Fellow Taoist Han just killed a nascent soul mage today. That's ridiculous, the bald man scoffed, not believing a word. I knew Brother Lu wouldn't believe it, but I have evidence. One look, and you'll know I'm not lying. The person sighed and smiled bitterly. Then, with a flash of light, a green jade slip appeared in his hand. He stepped closer, offering it to the bald man. The bald man hesitated briefly, then stood up and reached out to take it. As his fingers were about to touch the jade slip, the person's expression suddenly changed. With a flash of fierce light in his eyes, the jade slip transformed into a green serpent, biting the bald man's wrist with lightning speed. The bald man's face filled with shock, his mouth opening as if to shout, but his face quickly turned black and purple. He collapsed silently to the ground, motionless. The double-tailed serpent lives up to its name. Its venom is almost as deadly as the legendary 10 absolute poison. Once bitten, even the nascent soul cannot escape. If it had wings, it would be the ultimate assassin of cultivators. The attacker stepped forward, murmuring with delight as he examined the rapidly dissolving corpse. The green serpent released its grip, revealing 2 slender tails. With a flick, it flew back into its master's hand, coiling around his wrist and flicking its black tongue, its green eyes gleaming ominously. The attacker, holding the snake in one hand, made a gesture with the other. The storage pouch flew from the corpse into his hand. He eagerly immersed his consciousness into it, seemingly searching for something. Impossible. Where is the token? I clearly saw him put it into his storage bag, the man exclaimed after a moment. Unwilling to give up, he poured the contents of the storage bag onto the ground. A mist of white light sprayed out from the bag's opening, and a pile of low-quality magical tools and a few low-grade spirit stones appeared on the ground. Seeing the items on the ground, the man's face turned deathly pale. Suddenly, green light enveloped his body, and without a word, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the hall's entrance. A long sigh echoed within the grand hall, followed by a sudden flash of silver light on all 4 walls. Layer upon layer of silver light screens emerged, forming a giant light barrier that trapped the man inside. The man snorted, showing no intention of stopping. Instead, he patted a bag at his waist with one hand, releasing a black, pangolin-like spirit beast that flew out and crashed into the barrier ahead. With a muffled bang, the silver barrier didn't even tremble and simply rebounded the spirit beast away. Seeing this, the man's heart sank, but he gritted his teeth and spat out a blue flying fork. Instantly, the magic treasure merged with his light, forming a thick blue beam that struck the barrier fiercely. Another loud boom echoed as the blue light was mercilessly repelled several meters away, spinning before nearly falling to the ground. Brother Goo, there's no need to struggle. This hall is the core of the entire Yellow Dragon Mountain array, the most heavily fortified area. Now that you're trapped, there's no escaping. A familiar voice, which seemed to belong to the burly man with bushy eyebrows, spoke calmly from within the hall. So you didn't actually die. That corpse was just a flesh puppet, wasn't it? I heard long ago that there's a mysterious cultivator in the 9 Nations Alliance skilled in crafting lifelike flesh puppets. It seems the rumor was true. The blue barrier's light condensed, revealing Gu Xiongpu of the Yuling sect. Although his face was pale and his eyes dark, he managed to maintain his composure. Brother Gu, you certainly know a lot about our 9 Nations Alliance, even our substitute puppets. Indeed, the one you destroyed was just a puppet I was controlling. Even you, a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't tell the difference. It shows how lifelike they are, the burly man with bushy eyebrows said indifferently, looking at Gu Xiongpu inside the light barrier and the pile of blood that had been the puppet. HMPH, What's the use of appearance? If I hadn't been afraid of arousing your suspicion, I would have scanned your puppet with my divine sense. A mere shell couldn't deceive me. Moreover, I should have known that the twin-tailed emerald snake I painstakingly raised for centuries, although extremely venomous, couldn't easily kill a nascent soul cultivator. I intended to use it to severely injure you, but I mistakenly underestimated its venom. It seems I was indeed overconfident, Gu Xiongpu said, his expression dark and showing a trace of regret. Heh heh heh, I had this puppet made just out of curiosity, never expecting it to compare to a true incarnation. But it was enough to lure out a traitor like you, colluding with the Mulans, which was worth the spirit stones I spent. The burly man laughed instead of getting angry. Gu Xiongpu's face twitched, and he fell silent. After a while, he coldly asked, "You seem to have known I would come for you, prepared with a puppet. Did you realize something was wrong when I arrived at Fire Dragon Mountain?" "Not at all. Why would I suspect a Yuling sect elder without reason? I received a tip. Initially, I was half skeptical, but now I'm convinced. Friends Han and Ma, you can come out now," the burly man said, shaking his head, then shouted towards the sides of the hall. Hearing this, Gu Xiongpu's face changed drastically. From the stone walls on both sides of the hall, yellow light flashed, and two figures appeared. They were Han Li, with an indifferent expression, and the Ma elder looking grave. "To think that you'd do something like this, Brother Gu. What did the Mulans offer you to drive you to such madness?" Ma elder said with a pained expression, full of regret. "HMPH, madness. I am a Mulan. How is that madness?" Gu Xiongpu retorted coldly. "You're a Mulan." The burly man and the others were taken aback. "Of course. What kind of benefits could persuade a nascent soul cultivator like me? You southern cultivators have no idea how scarce cultivation resources are on the Mulan plains. Every year, countless low-level cultivators miss the best opportunity to advance due to lack of pills and spirit stones, eventually turning to bones. Why should you monopolize such good lands while we have to count every spirit stone? Give us the southern resources, and within 100 years, we Mulans will double our cultivator numbers. With such strength, we can crush the Tuwu people's masters and dominate the Mulan plains." Gu Xiongpu spoke with a hint of madness in his eyes. Hearing this, the burly man and the others looked at each other in amazement. "Crush the Tuwu people? I heard your main force was defeated by the Tuwu people, and most of the Mulan plains are now occupied by them. That's why you're so desperate to target the south," Han Li said expressionlessly. How do you know this? Did you eavesdrop on my transmission with Master La?" Gu Xiongpu, initially startled by Han Li's words, soon realized something and glared at Han Li with murderous intent. "It seems you understand quickly, Brother Gu. You can't blame me. You and that hidden cultivator were so careless in using transmission techniques in front of me, and my divine sense is just a bit stronger than usual. Your conversation naturally reached my ears, so I warned Brother Lu," Han Li said, expressionless. "Divine sense only a bit stronger? You're too modest. Our transmission technique is no ordinary one. Only a late-stage nascent soul cultivator's powerful divine sense could eavesdrop on us unnoticed, Gu Xiongpu said, staring at Han Li, his face pale but still unwilling to accept the truth. Late-stage nascent soul. Elder Ma was startled. The burly man also looked at Han Li in shock. Han Li frowned, not expecting his strong divine sense to be exposed unintentionally. But then he relaxed, showing a nonchalant expression that left the others uncertain. After all, it seemed too exaggerated for an early-stage nascent soul cultivator to have a divine sense comparable to a late-stage one. Since you admit to being a traitor, we won't be lenient. Although I would prefer to hand you over to the Alliance's enforcers, the imminent war leaves no choice but to destroy you completely, the burly man said coldly, raising a silver token. He waved the token gently at the barrier. With a poof, a large amount of silver light shot out and disappeared into the barrier. Inside, silver light flowers bloomed, drifting down like waves. Seeing the silver flowers, Gu Xiongpu's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he quickly tapped himself, summoning several layers of protective barriers. He also pointed at the blue flying fork, which turned into a blue light shield above his head. Let's go, there's nothing more to see. No matter how strong he is, he won't last long against this restriction. He'll be destroyed soon. We should discuss the aftermath. Although he was a Mulan spy, he was also a Yuling sect elder, so we must explain this carefully to avoid future troubles, the burly man said seriously, turning to Han Li and the elder. Seeing the man's confidence in the restriction, Han Li's eyes flickered, but he said nothing more. The elder with the surname Ma, sharing the same concerns, also frowned upon hearing this. In fact, although this matter is somewhat troublesome, we don't need to worry too much. Han Li suddenly smiled and said nonchalantly, "So, what do you mean, Brother Han?" At this point, the burly man no longer dared to disregard Han Li's words and hesitated. The elder Ma also looked at Han Li with a surprised expression. The infiltration of Mulan's spies into Tainan is surely not entirely unknown to those in charge of your alliance. I assume some have been caught before. It's just that a high-level cultivator like him being a spy is difficult to explain to the Yuling sect. But since the three of us belong to different factions, no one will believe we're conspiring to frame a Yuling sect cultivator. Thus, by simply explaining the situation and transmitting some of the information we heard about the Mulans, they can verify it and no major incident will arise. I suspect the Yuling sect has long had suspicions about Elder Gu. After so many years without a slip-up, I don't believe it. Besides, even if there were no previous suspicions, re-examining his past actions should reveal something suspicious, Han Li said, stroking his chin and speaking unhurriedly. Brother Han's words do make sense. I have also used a secret technique to copy our recent conversation into a jade slip. This can serve as evidence, the burly man said, his brows relaxing as he waved a white jade slip that had somehow appeared in his hand, his face showing a strange expression. That should suffice. It's a pity that fellow Taoist Bu is in seclusion due to his severe injuries. Otherwise, having him testify would leave no doubts, the elder Ma said, feeling relieved after seeing the jade slip in the man's hand and hearing Han Li's words. The three of them then discussed some details, when suddenly a strange hissing sound came from within the silver light shield. The three were startled and exchanged puzzled glances. Just as the burly man was about to take action, there was a thunderous roar. A green claw suddenly emerged from the thunder and fire within, striking the barrier in front of the three with lightning speed, causing the entire silver light shield to tremble violently. What is this? He still has the power to shake the restriction, the burly man exclaimed in disbelief. Han Li and the elder Ma were also momentarily stunned. The burly man quickly made a hand sign, sending a beam of white light onto the barrier. The dense thunder and fire inside the shield momentarily paused, revealing the scene within. Hiss, seeing the scene clearly, both the burly man and the elder Ma gasped, and Han Li's expression darkened. Gu Xiongpu was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a half-human, half-demon snake monster stood there. This creature, wearing Gu Xiongpu's clothes, had green scales covering its exposed limbs and face, its eyes cold and sinister, with sharp claws and two snake tails tapping the ground lightly. Despite the scales, the face was clearly Gu Xiongpu's, but a purple-black snake tongue flickered between its lips, producing a chilling hiss. This is the spirit attachment technique. He has merged with the twin-tailed emerald snake. The elder Ma cried out in panic, his face turning pale. The spirit attachment technique. Isn't that a long-lost secret technique? Doesn't he fear losing the cycle of reincarnation? The burly man, having heard of the bloody reputation of this technique, was similarly shocked and enraged. He immediately treated the snake demon as a formidable enemy, his eyes fixed on the creature, and quickly patted his storage bag. With a flash of light, the silver command token reappeared in his hand. He spat a mouthful of essence onto the token, then threw it above his head, chanting rapidly. Meanwhile, the monster within the light shield began to move. It scanned the three outside the barrier with a sinister gaze, its tongue flicking twice. Then it opened its mouth wide, spraying a jet of purple-black liquid towards Han Li and the others. Seeing this, the burly man stopped chanting and pointed at the token. Silver beams shot from the token, embedding themselves into the light shield. Dragon-like low roars echoed, and the silver light on the barrier thickened. Larger silver lightning flowers began forming at the top of the shield. The purple-black liquid hit the barrier, instantly turning a section black, the discoloration spreading rapidly. The snake demon's face flashed with a ferocious look, and it leaped at the blackened area, striking it with a green claw. With a bang, the once impenetrable barrier tore like paper. Seeing the breach, the monster joyfully prepared to escape. The burly man, aghast, hastily summoned a white, glowing rod from his mouth, which turned into a protective light screen. The elder Ma, equally alarmed, quickly summoned a ruler-like magic treasure, which radiated a protective light in front of him. Both understood the terrifying power of a nascent soul cultivator using the spirit attachment technique, equating it to battling a mid-nascent soul-level cultivator. But just then, a resigned sigh came from Han Li, who stepped forward. Already close to the breach, Han Li moved swiftly, blocking the monster's escape. The snake demon lunged at Han Li, spewing another jet of poisonous liquid. Careful. Friend, dodge. Both the burly man and the elder Ma cried out in alarm, not wanting to lose another high-level ally. Ignoring their shouts, Han Li's face showed a flicker of strange emotion as he calmly raised a hand, conjuring a layer of blue flame, and grasped the incoming poison. This bold move shocked the other two, while the snake demon, confused, spewed more venom. Han Li's mouth curled into a faint smile as dazzling blue light erupted between him and the monster. A sharp hissing sound followed, the light dimming after a moment. The burly man and elder Ma blinked, then stared in shock. The snake demon, halfway through the breach, had turned into a lifelike blue ice sculpture. The once deadly venom had become a long ice spike protruding from its mouth. Han Li, now behind the creature, retracted his blue flaming hand from its neck. It's indeed a newly merged spirit creature, with decent intelligence but lacking combat experience. Nothing to fear, Han Li remarked coldly. Raising his other hand, a golden arc shot from his palm, enveloping the ice sculpture in a golden net. Blue and gold light intermingled, the sculpture shattering into countless icy fragments. Amid the scattering ice, a small purple-black object shot out, but it collided with the pre-prepared golden net, emitting a piercing screech. Han Li's face hardened, and he clenched his fingers. The golden net tightened, then exploded. Blinding golden light enveloped the purple-black object, drowning out its cries. After a sharp scream, the snake demon in the golden light transformed into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. Speaking of this spirit attachment technique, it was also an extremely sinister ancient secret technique in the demonic path, naturally being firmly restrained by the fiendish god Thunder. Even the teleportation technique had no chance to be used, disappearing without a trace. The burly man in the distance had his mouth wide open, unable to close it for a while. The elder surnamed Ma remained relatively calm, but the shock in his eyes was needless to say. Seeing the two of them so shocked, Han Li had already expected it and did not show any surprise. Instead, he reached out to pick up the fallen storage bag and the blue flying fork on the ground, sucked them up with his hand, and after scanning them with his divine sense, he suddenly threw the two items to the burly man. Although we killed the person, it's better to hand over the treasures and items in the storage bag to the Yuling sect intact. This way, the Yuling sect won't have much to say. Han Li looked at the two men and said slowly, What Brother Han said makes sense. We'll do as you say. Perhaps Han Li's performance of instantly killing the attached spirit snake monster just now left the burly man still in shock, and he didn't have any objection in his mouth, instinctively agreeing. The elder, after moving his lips a few times, also did not speak any objections. Instead, he awkwardly put away the ruler-like magic treasure with a hint of embarrassment. At first, when Han Li killed the black-robed man, it might have been because the other party was careless, and he had some luck on his side. But now, killing a spirit-attached monster of comparable cultivation to a mid-nascent soul stage with bare hands, and a single hand was too shocking for the two of them. The two almost guessed at the same time that this new elder of the Loyun sect might have surpassed the late nascent soul stage cultivators in terms of Taoist techniques. Once this thought emerged, it was no wonder the two behaved so startled. Now that the matter is settled, I will go back and rest for a while. When the Taoist friends come again, feel free to call me, Han Li said calmly, his expression unchanged. Brother Han, please go ahead. We will naturally keep an eye on things here. The burly man's words carried a hint of awe in his voice. Han Li smiled at the words, clasped his hands, and turned to walk out of the hall. Just now, when he used the dry blue ice flame and the fiendish god thunder to kill the attached spirit monster, Han Li did it out of necessity. He knew that if he didn't take action, it would be difficult for the burly man and the elder to stop the monster that had already escaped from its confinement. After all, the strength of a monster after being attached was too high. If it escaped, it would definitely cause endless trouble. Moreover, after condensing his nascent soul, there was really no need for him to continue concealing all of his abilities. The situation now was very different from when he was in the chaotic Star Sea. At that time, his cultivation was low, and he was in a strange place. Naturally, he had to conceal his strength to prevent attracting unnecessary trouble. But now that he had formed his nascent soul, he had entered the ranks of high-level cultivators in this world. Except for a few individuals, others could not pose too great a threat to him. This concern naturally diminished. Moreover, judging from the current situation of the invasion of the Taoist army, even if he wanted to continue hiding his abilities, it would be impossible. At least after the trip to the Mulan Prairie for treasure hunting last time, the ghost spirit sect and others should know that his strength was extraordinary. In this way, it was better to openly reveal part of his strength in advance. This way, he could also deter some small fries. Otherwise, if other cultivators of the same level regarded him as weak and easy to bully, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Of course, Han Li would not easily reveal several life-saving killer moves in front of others. As he pondered, he also sensed the strange feeling of the purple ribbon primordial fire enveloping his nascent soul. Just now, because he was facing the attached monster, Han Li had to use all the dry blue ice flames in the fire, freezing the monster in an instant. Now that the fire had returned and transformed back into the purple ribbon primordial fire, it seemed a bit unstable. It seemed that the use of such powerful demonic flames was indeed related to a certain level of cultivation realm. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face as Han Li walked slowly towards the small building. Liu Xing, we really underestimated this Han Taoist friend. His Taoist techniques are unfathomable, far beyond our comparison, the elder surnamed Ma said as Han Li walked out of the hall, his figure gradually disappearing. That's right. Although his cultivation is only in the early nascent soul stage, with those golden arcs and unknown blue flames, even mid-nascent soul stage cultivators would probably have to retreat. The burly man's face flashed with a hint of envy. But this is also a good thing for us. With such a powerful fellow cultivator, we may not have to fear the invading Taoist practitioners outside, the elder surnamed Ma said with a smile. You're right. Although I've never heard of those blue flames before, those golden arcs seem vaguely familiar, but I can't recall them for a moment. Does Brother Ma have any impression? The burly man nodded slightly, furrowing his brow as he asked. No, this is the first time I've seen golden arcs. What kind of technique is it to be so sharp? Even the attached nascent soul couldn't teleport out of it, the elder surnamed Ma said, murmuring to himself. Recalling the situation just now, he felt a chill in his heart. Forget it. No matter what kind of technique Han Taoist friend is practicing, it's a good thing for us. Let's discuss tomorrow's matters. The burly man furrowed his brow slightly. He seemed unwilling to dwell on this matter any longer and smoothly transitioned the conversation. Tomorrow's matters? What do you mean, Brother Liu? The elder surnamed Ma asked, somewhat puzzled. Since the Mulan people have sent spies to sabotage the formation, why don't we turn the tables on them? With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Liu Xing said with a sinister smile. What do you mean by that, Brother Liu? The elder surnamed Ma immediately understood. It's simple, The voices of the elder and Liu Xing suddenly lowered, speaking vaguely about something. After a while, the hall resounded with Liu Xing's maniacal laughter, seeming quite pleased with his plan. At noon on the second day, under the scorching sun, thunderous drumbeats rang out as the dark army of Taoist practitioners approached this place from afar. However, this time there was a huge creature in the middle of their formation. This was a giant beast over 30 feet tall and 20 feet long. At first glance, it looked like a greatly enlarged rhinoceros, with a giant horn nearly 30 feet long in front of its nose, especially eye-catching. On the huge and incomparably strong body, there was a layer of shiny black armor. Various runes and spells flickered and shimmered on it, indicating its considerable value. Despite its massive size, the creature was proficient in flight techniques. Blue clouds supported its 4 hooves wherever it stepped, making its movements extremely agile, with no signs of clumsiness. Sitting on the back of the beast was a young woman in her 20s. The woman's bare feet and arms were exposed. Her face was beautiful, but between her beautiful eyes, a hint of murderous aura was faintly visible. Occasionally, A cold light flashed in her bright eyes, and she wore a dark green short garment. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner and Kyle followed closely on either side of the giant beast, showing great respect to the graceful figure on the beast's back. Before they even approached Huanglong Mountain, the woman in the green shirt on the giant beast's back made a surprised sound. "What's wrong, Senior Yue? Did you find something?" Kyle asked as he couldn't help but speak up. It's a bit strange." The woman's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light as she said slowly. "Could something have changed? That person didn't succeed." The tall and thin Taoist practitioner was taken aback, his face showing some worry. "It's not certain. Just take a look for yourselves," the woman said faintly, then closed her eyes and said no more. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner and Kyle looked at each other in surprise, then released their divine senses and slowly probed forward. After a while, both of them showed bewildered expressions. "It's strange. The fog has already dissipated. Didn't we agree that when we attack later, the restrictions would be pulled back so we could wipe out all these cultivators? Now that the restrictions have been lifted, could something unexpected have happened?" Kyle said with suspicion. "I don't know. Let's wait until we get closer and take a closer look before saying anything," the tall and thin Taoist practitioner said hesitantly. Hearing the words of the two, the woman on the back of the giant beast remained expressionless, not saying a word. So the army of Taoist practitioners continued to advance. However, under the admonition of the tall and thin Taoist practitioner, all the practitioners immediately became more vigilant. The remaining short distance passed without incident. The army of practitioners finally arrived at the high altitude where they had been the previous day. However, this time, when they saw the situation below, all the practitioners couldn't help but stir. The originally boundless emerald fog sea was now gone. Instead, the clear and unusually distinct Huanglong mountain peak and the palace buildings at the top of the mountain were revealed. However, all these exquisitely beautiful buildings were charred black, with several places emitting wisps of blue smoke, as if they had been burnt by a great fire, looking extremely desolate. And the entire mountaintop was silent, as if it had been deserted. The army of practitioners split left and right, and the young woman driving the giant beast slowly advanced, while the other practitioners all showed respectful expressions as they looked at the graceful figure on the beast's back, and the commotion quieted down. The woman looked at the situation in front of her, her bright eyes turning, and after a moment of silence, she casually swept her long hair over her shoulders, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "No good. Although the thick fog has dissipated, there are still restrictions inside that can isolate our divine senses, making it impossible for us to carefully investigate the situation inside," the tall and thin Taoist practitioner said with a surprised and suspicious expression. "That's right. What we see now may just be an illusion. Otherwise, if that person really succeeded, why hasn't he contacted us until now?" Kyle also expressed doubts. Then, according to the intentions of the two seniors, should we just stand here and do nothing? The woman said coldly. Of course not. We just need to be more careful. It's also possible that that person only succeeded halfway, was discovered, and fled from here after being pursued. As for the other practitioners, they may have simply given up and left. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner speculated cautiously. Upon hearing the two people's words, the woman remained expressionless, not speaking a word. There's no use in speculating blindly. Based on that person's cultivation level, he should have about 70 to 80% certainty if caught off guard. However, we can't rule out the possibility of something going wrong. He may have already failed and been killed or captured. This might just be a trap. The woman in green shirt curled her lips indifferently. So, Senior Yue's meaning is, Kyle became somewhat puzzled. Regardless of whether there's a trap or not, we're here to break the formation. Let's just stick to the original plan. If some casualties occur, it will help us gauge the situation. Time is what we can't afford to waste right now. According to the latest information we've received, the reinforcements from the Southern forces, along with the 9 Nations Alliance, will gather together. It will only take 2 to 3 months for them to reinforce Tiancheng City. We must clear out all the major formations leading to Tiancheng City within a month. Only then can we gain the upper hand. If we let the reinforcements and the cultivators from the 9 Nations Alliance join forces, even if we can still defeat them, it will be at the cost of serious injuries. The woman spoke calmly. In that case, we'll follow Senior Yue's instructions. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner hesitated for a moment before agreeing. As for Kyle, he didn't care about the life or death of the low-level Taoist practitioners, and he had no objections either. The woman nodded slightly, then moved her lips a few times before transmitting a few words to someone. Immediately, nearly 100 Taoist practitioners rushed out from among the cultivator army, all dressed similarly. Led by a Foundation establishment Taoist practitioner, they slowly approached the peak of Huanglong Mountain. The more than 100 cultivators turned into black dots in front of their eyes, gradually entering the area where the fog used to be, without any unusual incidents occurring. Then, these people each held their magical tools and boldly flew towards the mountain top. Without any hindrance along the way, these 100 cultivators easily reached the mountaintop, and nothing happened. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner breathed a sigh of relief and said with a happy expression to the woman in green shirt, "It seems that this place has indeed been abandoned by them. Let's have the others go in and search as well. They left in such a hurry, there must be many things they didn't have time to take away. Let's not be hasty. Let's observe a little longer." The woman didn't even lift her eyelids as she said coldly. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner was taken aback by her response and didn't continue speaking. At this moment, the more than 100 cultivators had begun searching for things in the half-burnt buildings and pavilions, occasionally finding some good items like spirit stones and materials. These cultivators were all delighted. not hesitating to claim these items as their own and stuffing them into their storage bags. The cultivator army outside began to stir again when they saw such an opportunity to gain loot without having to fight desperately. They became eager and greedy. With such a large area of buildings, who knows how many good things might be hidden inside? Senior UA, look. After waiting for a while, the tall and thin Taoist practitioner and Kayao couldn't sit still anymore. Kayao hesitated and spoke up. Since the two of them were among the Taoist practitioners in this group, most of these cultivators were from their tribes. The Mulan grassland had always been lacking in resources for cultivation, so they naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. As for the previous 100 cultivators, they came from a relatively weak tribe. It should be enough for them to gain something. The woman remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard the words of the two, but her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, appearing somewhat blurred and elusive. Kayao and the tall and thin Taoist practitioner exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and didn't continue speaking. After a while, when nearly a quarter of the mountaintop had been searched by the more than 100 cultivators, the woman finally spoke. Each of you send 100 people to join them and destroy the remaining restrictions inside. I won't allow anyone else to enter this mountain until the entire mountain has been searched without relying on divine sense. Yes, we'll follow Senior UA's instructions. The two of them were delighted and immediately transmitted the orders to trusted disciples from their tribes. As a result, another 200 cultivators rushed into the mountaintop, creating another frenzy of searching. It seems that only these people are here. I can't sustain my powers any longer. Activate the restrictions. In a certain place on Huanglong Mountain, the voice of the old man surnamed Ma sounded quietly. It's a pity. Not a single Mulan cultivator fell into the trap. The bald man sighed as well, seeming somewhat regretful. However, not long after these words were spoken, a rumbling sound spread throughout the entire mountain, causing the ground to shake. This sudden change frightened all 300 cultivators who were searching for treasures on the mountain. Without waiting for anyone's command, they immediately scattered in all directions and fled. In the sky above the mountain, various colored spiritual lights appeared, and the fog that had disappeared earlier began to surge out again. In an instant, the green fog rolled and covered the sky, turning the vast area centered around Huanglong Mountain into a sea of fog once again. Seeing this situation, the tall and thin Taoist practitioner and Kayao's faces turned extremely ugly, even somewhat pale. However, the woman sitting on the giant beast remained cold, without even a hint of emotion. It's indeed a trap. What a pity. If we hadn't let Gu Taoist take action, perhaps we could have continued lurking and played a bigger role. After watching for a while, the woman spoke coldly and mercilessly. Senior UA, the Mulan people inside. Kayao clenched his fists and stared at the sea of fog, his eyes spewing fire. The leading Foundation establishment cultivator, who had led the team upstairs, was a highly valued member of their direct lineage. Unexpectedly, he had fallen into the enemy's trap. In his anxiety, this person couldn't help but have the idea of rescuing them. Don't waste your efforts. Dealing with a few Foundation establishment cultivators in the formation, even with the opponent's unwind cultivators' magical abilities, capturing them within the formation is just a matter of course. They are probably already dead. The woman glanced at Kyle and spat out these emotionless words. If that's the case, Senior UA, let me take the lead in breaking the formation. I'll release the fire spirit essence and break this formation in one go. Then I'll crush those cultivators inside one by one. Kyle's face changed several times between blue and red, showing a fierce expression. Fire spirit essence. All right. Since you're determined, I'll have the giant rhino beast cooperate with you. However, it's better to save your fire spirit essence for a critical moment. Also, pay more attention to eliminating that young cultivator who destroyed Master Mew's physical body. I suspect he's the one who destroyed the body of Senior Mew from the Tianfeng sect. If that's the case, his magical abilities are not small, and he can also use extremely strange blue flames. If you're not careful, you'll fall into his trap. The woman raised her eyebrows provocatively. The cultivator who destroyed Master Mew's physical body. I heard that he's rumored to be proficient in thunder escape technique. Is that true? The tall and thin Taoist practitioner's face changed, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. Senior Wen, your cultivation technique is most afraid of close combat cultivators like him. You must be extra careful and avoid fighting him. Leave him to me. With my gentle wind decision, I'm definitely not slower than his thunder escape technique. Even if his blue flames and golden arcs are formidable, they'll be useless if he can't get close. As for his other magical abilities, he's only a unwind early-stage cultivator. Can he really compete with me? The woman's eyes flashed with a cold light, slightly arrogant. All right, only Senior UA can deal with this person. Senior UA has already competed against the Tianlin Saintess of the Sudden Thunder sect. That person won't be her match. When the tall and thin Taoist practitioner heard this, he immediately felt relieved. It seemed that he had great confidence in this woman. HMPH, the Tianlin Saintess. The woman's face, which had always been calm, darkened as soon as she heard the name Tianlin Saintess. Hearing this cold snort, the tall and thin Taoist practitioner was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that Senior UA was ashamed of being defeated by the Tianlin Saintess. She had always been very disgusted when others mentioned this matter. Well, actually, the tall and thin Taoist practitioner muttered, wanting to change what he was about to say. But the young woman suddenly waved her hand, her face returning to its indifferent expression. Enough. Breaking the formation is the priority. There's no need for other words. Set up the formation and attack. Yes, the tall and thin Taoist practitioner felt relieved, and Kyle also responded. Plop. In a certain part of the fog-covered sea, the headless body of a Foundation establishment cultivator fell to the ground. Not far away, a figure flashed in the thick fog, and Han Li, covered in green light, appeared. He glanced at the distant corpse, waved his hand, and a green rainbow spiraled above the body before shooting back. Without haste, he took a few steps forward, picked up the storage bag of the cultivator, and after a brief inspection, a disappointed expression appeared on his face. Inside, there were still only some tattered items, with nothing related to spiritual techniques. Hanley frowned, and after a while he sighed deeply. Just then, the sound of war drums suddenly resounded from outside the fog sea. Several astonishing waves of spiritual power burst forth from where the war drums were, followed by a low, thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth, causing the green fog in the fog sea to roll on its own. Han Li remained unchanged, coldly sweeping his surroundings, before turning his head to look in the direction outside the fog sea, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. But after a moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he raised his hand to release a red fireball, turning the corpse at his feet into ashes. Then, he turned around and walked towards the center of the fog sea. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the fog, leaving no trace behind. In the center of the fog sea, the entire mountain was split into two halves in a strange manner. The front half was still filled with dilapidated buildings and burnt walls, while the back half was completely different, with intact pavilions and terraces standing tall. Cultivators flew out from within from time to time, dispersing in all directions in the fog sea. Unexpectedly, the Mulan people are so cautious. Although these Taoists were eliminated, it seems they didn't suffer any significant damage. Now, it's time for a head-on confrontation. Brother Ma, you just used the concealing heaven banner to cover half of the mountaintop. Can your mana support it? The bald man sighed lightly before expressing his concern to the old man. I deliberately preserved some mana. It should be enough to deal with a grand master, Taoist from the Mulan tribe. The old man stroked his beard and said nonchalantly, "That's good. Leave the rest of the enemies to me and fellow Taoist Han. Brother Bu should have recovered some of his vitality by now. I've instructed my disciples that if the situation becomes critical, they should call Brother Bu out of his seclusion." The bald man said solemnly, "Indeed, that's the only option. However, that giant beast might be a bit tricky. We won't be able to deal with it if we're distracted. A Foundation establishment cultivator might not be able to handle it." The old man hesitated, his face showing a hint of concern as he used his divine sense to sense the giant beast outside the formation. "Cough, that's unavoidable. After all, we're short on manpower. Let's have Brother Murong rely on the formation to restrain it. Their thunder attribute techniques are the most lethal among Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if the beast is tough, it should still have some effect." The bald man didn't seem very confident. After all, they had heard from the retreating cultivators about the terrifying nature of this beast. "That's the only option for now." The old man nodded with some worry, accepting the suggestion. At this moment, a flash of green light appeared in the sea of fog, and a dazzling rainbow shot out from it, seeming to have discovered the two men and flying towards them. Two Taoist friends, it seems that the Mulan people are really going to attack. Have you arranged a strategy to repel the enemy? The green light dissipated, revealing Han Li's figure, who smiled and asked the two men. Brother Han, you're just in time, we've just discussed it. We're ready. The bald man smiled and repeated what he had just said. The beast, that thing is indeed troublesome. It's a rare species from ancient times. I don't know where the Mulan people found it. Let's follow Brother Lu's suggestion. Hanley frowned at first, then quickly relaxed and said, "This battle will heavily rely on Brother Han's divine abilities." The bald man chuckled and said with respect, "The safety of the entire southern region is at stake, so I will do my best. But I'm afraid the enemy is too strong, and I may not be able to handle it." Han Li said calmly, scratching his nose. Since he had revealed his strength, Han Li didn't need to be modest anymore. If Brother Han is unable to handle the enemy, it's not our fault. I believe the others in the alliance will understand. After smiling, the old man complimented. "Brother Ma, you're overestimating me. My divine abilities are not as advanced as you and Brother Lu imagine. Don't expect too much from me." Han Li glanced at the old man and smirked. In any case, Brother Han is not an ordinary early-stage cultivator. His divine abilities are far beyond what Brother Ma and I can compare to. This battle... Oh, the Mulan people have started to attack. The bald man wanted to build a better relationship with Han Li, but before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly changed the subject, looking towards the distance. Han Li and the old man followed his gaze and saw that in the direction of the Taoist army, a faint red light appeared, spreading across the distant sky like a burning cloud. Among the red clouds, several huge fireballs, resembling suns, were forming. What is this? The old man was obviously seeing this for the first time and couldn't help but be surprised. This is the law array of the fire spirit. It can quickly form a formation using many Taoists to replace the flags and discs of the formation. However, generally, it requires a high-level Taoist to preside over the formation. Judging from the size of these fireballs, it's probably the Taoist who used fire attribute techniques yesterday who is in charge. The bald man explained with a gloomy expression. "The law array," the old man muttered to himself, still showing some surprise on his face. Although he wanted to ask more questions, he knew it wasn't the right time and remained silent. Let's enter the formation and act accordingly. Before we engage with the enemy's Yuan-Wying cultivator, we should try to eliminate as many low-level Taoists as possible. Han Li's voice echoed through the sky. After the enthusiastic cheers from the Taoist army, dozens or even hundreds of them rushed into the green fog. We'll follow suit. Once Master Ku presides over the formation, he will continue to disrupt the formations below. Today's battle must break this formation in one go. The green-shirted woman's cold voice echoed through the sky, followed by the joyful cheers of the Taoist army as they rushed into the green fog. Let's go too. Once Master Ku completes his spell, we'll follow suit. The green-shirted woman said indifferently, turning into a white rainbow and shooting out. The tall and thin Taoist practitioner hurriedly agreed and followed suit, turning into a black light and chasing after her. In a moment, the sea of fog was filled with thousands of Taoists, as well as hundreds of cultivators secretly manipulating formations and waiting for opportunities. In a certain part of the sea of fog, Han Li floated motionless, his eyes closed, wearing a three-colored earth-devouring gold beetle armor. He stood on a green giant sword, and above his head, a golden cloud of bugs silently appeared, each of them fierce and fierce, showing a desire to devour. Han Li's eyelids twitched a few times, slowly opening his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. It seems that there are still Midyuan Wying stage Taoists inside. But how could it be a female Taoist? Hanley muttered to himself for a moment. Then, after some thought, he clapped his hand on his storage pouch, and a set of formation tools appeared in his hand. Hanley flashed his figure, and after a while, he laid down one of the most powerful temporary formations he had in his possession. Silver Moon, come out. Han Li ordered, and with a flick of his sleeve, a small fox flew out from his sleeve and landed in front of him. I'll entrust you with this purple chain pouch. Take the flower basket ancient treasure as well. This opponent might be a bit more difficult than junior sister Wanner. Be careful. If the opponent's divine abilities are too powerful, there's no need to fight head-on. Lure them here, use the fog sea restrictions and my formidable formations, and then engage with them. If it's still not enough, let's withdraw. There's no need to fight to the death, Han Li instructed calmly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the purple chain pouch and the flower basket ancient treasure appeared in his hand and were directly thrown to the little fox.